Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2025 Kalaris Intelligence Conference, hosted by the Georgetown Center for Security Studies. We are thrilled to have you join us today for an engaging and thought-provoking conversation on intelligence and democracy. My name is Carlotta Pensken, and I'm going to be your MC this morning. I am a graduate student in the Security Studies program here at Georgetown. Before we begin, I would like to cover a few housekeeping announcements. First, please do take a moment to silence all your phones and electronic devices, just to minimize any disruptions. Second, in keeping with Georgetown's university speech and expression policy, we encourage a respectful exchange of ideas. This policy can be found on the Georgetown Student Affairs website. Third, there will be an audience Q&A session for the final 15 minutes at the end of each panel and keynote. There will be student volunteers circulating around the room with microphones. We ask all questions to be concise, limited to one per person, and formed as a question. Please also introduce yourself and state your academic and professional affiliation. With that out of the way, I would like to thank the wonderful team at the Center for Security Studies for organizing today's conference. I especially want to thank Dr. Elizabeth Grimm, Jenna DeFosi, Jessalyn Powell, and Blake Herrera for organizing today, and our volunteers for making sure that everything runs smoothly. Thank you all for your hard work and your dedication. I also want to extend our profound gratitude and deep respect for the Kalaris family, as we wouldn't be here without the George T. Kalaris Intelligence Studies Fund, which supports the conference and intelligence studies at Georgetown. Mr. Kalaris retired from the Central Intelligence Agency in 1980 after an extraordinary career, which included clandestine assignments in Greece, Indonesia, Laos, the Philippines, and Brazil. And he served as Special Assistant to Director of Central Intelligence Stansfield Turner. Notably, Mr. Kalaris led the counterintelligence staff after an extensive search for a Soviet spy within the agency by his predecessor, which led to significant internal turmoil and disarray. Through his leadership, Mr. Kalaris was able to restore trust and order among the staff. Philanthropic support, such as the one from the Kalaris family, is more than just a financial contribution. It is a powerful statement of hope. Hope in the power of research and innovation. Hope in the future of education and in how it can help us solve the world's most difficult problems. Hope in the promise of discourse, especially by scholars and practitioners in events like this one. And finally, hope that we may learn from those who have come before us and carry their lessons forward. Thank you very much for joining us in that hope today. It is now my pleasure to introduce the Director of the Center of Security Studies, Dr. Daniel Byman. Dr. Byman is a professor in the School of Foreign Service here at Georgetown University, and is an expert on terrorism, intelligence, and international security. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Byman.
Thank you very much, Carlotta, and welcome everyone to Georgetown. We're delighted you're joining us today. The subject of intelligence and democracy is always highly relevant for the United States and other democracies, where intelligence is vital to security, yet, if abused, is a grave threat to democratic values. In today's times, however, the topic is of particular importance. Intelligence professionals are in the center of a storm today. Both their defenders and their critics' charges revolve around the democracy question. Defenders believe that democracy is under assault around the world and increasingly challenged at home, and that robust intelligence is vital. Critics claim that intelligence professionals are no longer trustworthy and may even represent a threat to democracy. Technological change makes a difficult situation even more complex. introducing new forms of espionage and analysis, and also new vulnerabilities that hostile actors can exploit. I'm pleased that the Kalaris conference will focus on many aspects of how intelligence can serve democracy and evolve with the times. And I can't think of a better group of speakers to educate us. Our first panel, Information Warfare and the Intelligence Community, Combating Influence Operations, will examine how disinformation campaigns threaten national security and democratic institutions. The panel will explore the intelligence community's evolving role in countering and mitigating these threats, particularly in the face of emerging technologies like AI-generated deepfakes. Moderating this discussion is Jessica Brandt, a leading expert on foreign malign influence and the role of emerging technologies in disinformation. She previously served as the director of the Foreign Malign Influence Center within the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and has worked extensively on policy responses to AI-enabled information warfare. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Brandt and our esteemed panelists to the stage.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Thanks so much for welcoming all of us. I am very quickly going to introduce our illustrious panelists so we can endeavor to get very quickly into the conversation and importantly bring all of you into the conversation. We're going to try to make sure we have much more than 15 minutes to get you all into the discussion. So right here we have Olga Veligalova, who is the director of the Emerging Technology Initiative at SAIS and a professor in the Alperovich Institute, where she teaches on trust and safety and influence operations. She previously led policy for countering influence ops at Meta and was instrumental to the Internet Research Agency investigations roughly 2017 to 19. We've Glenn Gerstel, who's former general counsel of the NSA, where he served from 2015 to 20, and is currently a senior advisor in the International Security Program at CSIS. Bill Marcelino is a senior behavioral scientist at RAND and a professor at the Pardee Rand Grad School. He specializes in AI applications and influence operations and is importantly leading the development of RAND's proprietary text analysis suite. And then last but definitely not least, we have Suzanne Spalding, who's a senior advisor also at CSIS, where she directs the Defending Democratic Institutions project. She previously served as an undersecretary at DHS, leading the precursor to CISA. So thanks to all of you. Maybe, Olga, I'll turn to you first to just sort of set the stage. How do you see influence operations having evolved in the, I guess, near decade since you were first working on those early IRA investigations? I'm sort of curious also, like, you're a historian of influence operations, so where do you see continuities with the past, and what are those sort of key trends that you see as most consequential?
So, first of all, I can't believe it's been a decade, or almost a decade, since the early influence operations that we were all studying, in particular the Internet Research Agency, but also Russian military intelligence. And this connects to the sort of second part of your question immediately, because as someone who studies the history of influence operations, the microphone is working now. As someone who studies the history of influence operations, I often end up being someone who says, not much has changed. And the reason I say that is the intelligence community has provided us actually with quite a bit of information about how influence operations, and in particular Soviet active measures, were run during the Cold War. And you can take a look at sort of unclassified or declassified hearings where then CIA officer Bob Gates was testifying before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in the 1980s and outlining all of the different tactics and techniques that Soviet active measures engage in. That includes things like agents of influence. We've seen that more recently as well. That includes state-controlled media. It includes engaging in creating front organizations. We've seen versions of all of that more recently in sort of the modern age of influence operations. But going back to sort of the beginning of your question, the past decade, I think for me, the most striking evolution that I've seen is the way in which influence operations are a little bit more entangled with our domestic political debate than they ever have been. And that makes this issue particularly complicated. I think when we were conceiving of this panel, one of the conversations that we all had was the fact that misinformation and disinformation is often used, much to my disappointment and yours, interchangeably. But those terms mean decidedly different things, and for good reason. Because especially when this is such a politicized issue, we want to make a distinction between foreign interference and threat actors that are deliberately attempting to deceive and manipulate people, and people who are just misinformed. They don't know any better. And those are very important distinctions in order to enable the intelligence community to do this kind of work. The problem is that the influence campaigns have understood that. The threat actors, particularly Russian threat actors, but also Iranian, Chinese, and others, have understood this difficult entanglement, particularly in a free society. And so these operations have become more and more entangled with our domestic political debate. Hiring influencers, journalists, and freelancers, finding ways to work with public relations firms. These are all ways in which Russian influence operations in particular have found ways around the detection of social media platforms and intelligence communities because they've woven themselves into the fabric of our information ecosystem, making everything.
Just often unwitting.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly. Very good point as well. Many times, to Glenn's point, the people that get roped into these things, the freelance journalists and the sometimes influencers on both ends of the political spectrum, end up not necessarily knowing that they're being used in these influence campaigns. So to me, I think that's the most striking difference of the modern age. There's certainly been a lot of other changes that we've seen probably in the last decade. Platform diversification, some of that has come because of the work that certain technology companies have done to combat these influence campaigns. And the threat actors then move to a space where they are more welcome and where they can operate more easily. Places like Telegram and TikTok in particular have been sort of more recent use cases for the threat actors. And I'll save our AI conversation for a little bit later.
Do others want to come in on this, key trends you're tracking?
So one of my concerns here, and I'm glad to hear your comments, is distinguishing between foreign malign influence efforts and the idea of mis and disinformation, or better or worse quality information. In my mind, there's a very bright line in those two things. And most of my work has been about forensics. How do I use scalable means to find outside actors, whether it's the IRA or strategic support forces for the PLA? When are other nation states using their influence efforts to try and, at scale, do unattributed work within our domestic politics? And that, to me, is a really clear case where exposing those and making them visible, there's no problem with that. The idea of deciding sort of what is better or worse information, it's easy to point to corner cases. Like if someone's saying you should drink bleach to cure a disease, we probably all agree it's a bad idea. But in practice, what gets labeled as mis and disinformation is often contested information. It's often a rhetorical and political issue, and that goes to both sides. And I love being here. There's some cat outside reading the Odyssey. I'm like, that's amazing. I'm so happy. It just speaks to everything I care about. It also reminds me that we are the kalos kagathoi. We are the beautiful and the wise. We are the knowing. It's so easy when you're in a group that has homophily, like birds of a feather flock together, right? To imagine that what we think is true, what our friends tell us is true, what our news sources tell us is true, are indeed true. And I think I am as biased and as vulnerable to echo chambers. I'm as vulnerable to information that seems plausible within my group, but is actually could be contested as anyone else is. I'm struggling daily to do that. So the idea of sort of like centralized efforts to decide what is, like a central feature of authoritarian regimes is to control information for purity. I have a really strong reaction against that, as opposed to this idea of, hey, look, if I can locate Iranian forces that are doing, unattributed work online, or say in traditional media, that's clear to me.
I mean, I'll say just during my time in government, we really viewed our efforts as uniquely focused on exposing the hidden hand of our foreign adversary, and that's it. Suzanne, did you want to comment on this?
Well, yeah, I mean, I completely appreciate what you're saying. This is a really tricky field. The blurring of lines, as has been noted, between foreign and domestic, make this particularly challenging, but not unique challenge for the intelligence community. I mean, a lot of the work they have done over the last few decades in particular has been in areas in which there is a blurring of the lines, including the counterterrorism work that Dan knows so well. And so we have to learn to navigate this. What worries me is that the conversations, and I applaud Georgetown and the Kalaris Institute for having this conversation, because this conversation is not happening enough across this country. In a thoughtful, informed way to find our way through this thicket. Instead, what has happened is that all disinformation efforts have been labeled as censorship based on censoring certain political views, and whether it's government entities that have been shut down doing this work, or outside entities that have been bullied and deterred into abandoning this work, we are not having these conversations. So I think it's really important that we roll up our sleeves and we figure out how do we manage this, because our adversaries are getting better and better. As Olga talked, they're getting more and more sophisticated. They are stepping up their efforts, not reducing their efforts. More and more countries are coming into this game, taking a page from the Kremlin's playbook. And we are unilaterally disarming. That's what worries me.
I sort of see three key trends. I mean, the first is a sort of greater number of more capable actors that are involved in this space as the idea of this kind of activity becomes normalized. The rise of commercial firms, which enable, again, more actors to kind of conduct sophisticated or targeted influence operations at scale, and importantly, complicate attribution, which is essential to the work of the intelligence community because of this bright line between the foreign and otherwise. And then just obviously, I think most apparent to this group is like the rise of relevant emerging technologies, AI, big data analytics. But again, it raises the number of actors, it reduces the cost of influence operations, and it also sort of complicates attribution.
If I may add just one thing, one of the points that we often end up talking about is whether the actors are indeed getting more sophisticated or not. And I think there's certainly been a set of tools that have evolved and all these new technologies that are made available. But one thing that I want to enter into the conversation is also the fact that they deceive themselves as well. And for those of you that wanted to keep reading about that, my colleague, Professor Thomas Ridd, who wrote a whole book about active measures, has a whole article about this called "The Lies Russia Tells Itself." But I think, to me, that's one of the more fascinating pieces of this. We often sort of idolize and put on a pedestal the threat actors that are involved in the influence space, but they are also just working at a troll farm. Average people. They need to prove to their bosses that they've done their work and that they have the great metrics and everything else. And so they end up, deceiving themselves sometimes about how well they're doing at running these things. And to be honest, from everything that I've seen, sometimes it's a lot of throwing a lot of things at the wall to see what sticks. They just have the space and the time to do that.
And I think that intersects spot on with all these questions about how we measure the effectiveness of influence operations, which I hope we'll get to. I guess, Bill, I wanted to turn to you. I mean, obviously, mitigating foreign line influence campaigns, the sort of first step is to detect them. It's obviously a whole of society endeavor, and maybe you could talk a little bit about open source intelligence as a discipline, and as a researcher, kind of what are you viewing as the most useful forensic tools, methods, approaches for detecting foreign line influence operations? And especially, actually, you've done a lot of work on text analytics, so it's kind of surprising insights from your research on, analyzing foreign influence operations at scale.
Sure. So I think it's getting harder. It's not clear, it's not clear to us that the sort of newer tools, they're being embraced by the PLA and its support forces. It's not clear that Russia is not going back to more human enterprises and a more theoretical approach. What is the name of their? They have a theory of like sort of two opposing ideas within something like oppositional theory, but there's always a schism in every society. They're going to attack that, and they use that using theory crafting. So one thing is that it's really hard now, and increasingly harder at the level of individual messages or images to detect forensically what is authentic or inauthentic. That's true for just text analytics and for statements, right? Linguistic features that are amenable to computational patterning, they're not visible at the level of one message. We usually have to go ahead and like identify an account, get lots of it, break it into like say 1,000-word chunks to go ahead and say build a classifier on it. But then also too for images, maybe you can find there are many tells for certain kind of generative AI for like diffusion images. However, they're sort of hard to do. They're exquisite. It takes a lot of effort to do them individually. It's hard to do them en masse. And there's always this increasing arms race where you're getting better and better means of producing better and better fake images. So I think it's hard to look at the level of the individual message to find things that are inauthentic or they're synthetic. What's probably more tenable is at the level of the network or the campaign. So I think I've heard the idea that intelligence is the art of making faint signals more clear. And at the level of a network analysis, the level of lots and lots of text, lots and lots of image to look for coherences across those things is a more tenable approach, but it's hard to do. And then the last thing I'd say is the lack of access to data is a real problem. So for example, at RAND for a long time, we used resellers of Twitter data and some other ones. We then went to BrandWatch, which was like a mass reseller of data, but one by one, those are being cut off. So X wants to directly sell and vend, and I think we're spending like 200 grand, a year, 250 a year to get sort of RAND-wide access to BrandWatch for a lot of different social media news sources and traditional media news sources to do our analytics on, and we could download, full text content, full image content, all the metadata, and do whatever we want to do, locally on our own systems. And I think X wanted us to be more in the range of something like $1.5 million a year to do that. That barrier was too high for us. So I think as these platforms try and monetize more robustly their data sources, it gets harder for the research world to work on them.
Did you want to say anything on open source intelligence?
So I often teach my students, it's an important part of my class to make sure that they understand how to do open source intelligence investigations. And I think generally it's kind of important for pretty much everyone in society to be able to be good at that. But there is, it's an important way of interacting with our current society, and if you put it a little bit less formally, right, it's being able to Google dork really well. Maybe that's, speaking of it flippantly, but what you're doing is you're taking what available information you have, and there's quite a bit of open source data that was available prior to the 2016 election that would have made it relatively easy to identify the IP address and a whole bunch of other things associated with the troll farm, today known as the Internet Research Agency. But people were not, I happened to just read Russian and read in Russian, and so I was able to read Russian news sources, and there's a lot of local news reporting at the time that was really key to identifying what people were doing day to day, and also finding the sort of telemetry that was necessary to identify things like that. And so I do think outside of privately available data, there is actually quite a bit of publicly available data, and a lot of research firms do a really fantastic job of leveraging everything that is out there.
We touched a little bit on AI, and just before we kind of move to policy approaches, I think we should actually dive in. So to anyone who wants to, I'm actually curious what you all see as like even maybe the greatest misconceptions that you think policymakers have about the role of AI in influence operations. Bill, this feels like it's in your wheelhouse, but.
I don't know what policymakers think about it. I'm sort of more an expert in like what they're actually doing. I will say this, I'm not sure that we're aware of how our adversaries are doing theory work to operationalize available technology. So for example, there's a guy, Dr. Li Bingcheng, a really prolific Chinese author and machine learning scientist and AI scientist who happens to be at a university right next to base 311. He just happens to be constantly doing work that's sponsored by the PLA. And he's laid out a really ambitious plan for at scale, the creation of like massive persona that are synthetic, driven by generative AI. And it's kind of like a system of agents with modular control to really boost astroturfing. And so imagine this. Imagine you have people online that you're friends with. You know, like I have people online that I'm friends with on Facebook that I haven't actually met. You know, they do jujitsu or they do cosplay, and so we like interact in some way. And the idea that person is truly inauthentic, right? They're a synthetic persona, and they act realistically, and then once in a while, they say something like, "Oh, you know, I can't get a job here in Lima, Ohio, but we're worried about Taiwan. What's up with that?" So the idea, at least, that our adversaries are doing sophisticated work to think, how do we actually operationalize this technology into coherent ways to influence online discourse? I think that's important.
I have a lot to say about the AI piece, but I'll try to keep it short. I spent the greater portion of the 2024 election cycle going around and telling everyone to calm down. I think you were there for some of those conversations. But I think one of the things that I saw and was genuinely concerned about, given the research that I've done, is the fact that most of the headlines heading into the 2024 election cycle in the United States were AI is taking over and you can't trust anything. There is, catastrophe coming. Whatever catastrophic language was used associated with apocalypse or anything else was in every single headline around AI use and how it's going to completely destroy trust in the information ecosystem. What I worried about was that in and of itself, that rhetoric was destroying the trust in the information ecosystem, which is the sort of meta, not the company, but the term problem, which is that when I've studied threat actors, in particular Russian influence operators, they primarily are interested in driving those wedges, but also getting people to not believe in anything at all. And if we do that work for them by hyping up new technologies or the fact that you can't trust anything anymore, they don't need to get involved. They'll just pull out the popcorn and sit and watch us destroy our own information ecosystem. So I think there needs to be a balance that is struck, and we certainly, there's examples that I think were well documented by the intelligence community. In particular, I think the ODNI reports documented several specific instances in which AI was used. But from everything the intelligence community produced, as well as the AI companies themselves in their threat reports, you could see that AI is being used, but is not fundamentally changing the capabilities and the tactics of the threat actors. Yeah. They're still doing a lot of the same. And I'm sure you probably have some insights from your work as well, whatever you can share.
Happy to talk about it, but I think bottom line, what we said was that it was a malign influence accelerant, but has not yet sort of wholly revolutionized influence operations. Well, go ahead. Please.
Say that if you're talking, when you said what do policymakers think about AI, at least if by policymakers you're referring to members of Congress, the ones I've had a chance to talk to in both my prior role and current roles, I think aren't even yet up to the questions that Olga and others have raised here. My sense is that many members of Congress are not familiar with AI in any great extent, no surprise. They can't be experts in everything. But to the extent that they think about it at all, it tends to be on some of the more apocalyptic issues is, will AI take over human intelligence? Will they displace all our jobs, et cetera? I don't think too many members of Congress, even among the two intelligence committees in the House and Senate, are particularly focused about the role of AI in this area of disinformation. Yes, 2 layers down in the staff, the people are cognizant of it. They're the ones who talk to those of us in the room, et cetera. But I think there's so much concern first at very threshold steps of what's the right way to regulate AI? Is the European model the right approach? Should we be doing that here? Will we be crimping innovation, et cetera? That they're really on these very, very big picture threshold steps. and haven't yet haven't really dived into the questions about how can AI be used against us in a malign way. Yes, that's there, and they recognize it, but they're just not ready yet. And I think we're a few years away from having Congress really take a serious look at it, by which time there will have been significant both positives and negatives in this area. So we're behind the curve in this area, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, separate from lawmaking on this issue set, we, certainly engaged consistently with oversight committees on this issue throughout the cycle, and there was intense, I think, focus on this issue set. One thing, so we built a process for bringing the IC's media forensic capabilities to bear on potentially synthetic media targeting the election, and that involved lots of engagement with folks who sat in your former seat and seats like it, lots of engagement with lawyers, and so it's just such an important part of how the IC goes about this work. And so I guess wanted to turn to you to give us some insights on, like, how does the legal framework governing the intelligence community kind of both at the same time enable, constrain, work in this space, and what's the role of the First Amendment? How does it intersect here?
Okay, and we're ending by noon, you said?
Small question.
So let me just take the IC structure first piece, and then we can get into First Amendment maybe. But I'd say the IC is both critical as well as restricted in terms of its involvement in the in uncovering foreign disinformation. Critical because obviously that's the means by which we're going to uncover what our adversaries are doing in this area. So there's no substitute for the intelligence community. But it's structured in a way that sort of predated concerns about disinformation. We all know that the IC intelligence community in the United States consists of some 16 or 17 separate elements that are associated with the various departments, and really only 2 or 3 of them are of those elements, such as the CIA and the NSA, are ones that are probably commonly known and focus in particular in this area of foreign disinformation. And even that is quite limited because, as you know, the CIA in particular is prohibited from statute, going back to the National Security Act of 1947 that set it up, from engaging in any domestic operations at all. It's prohibited by statute from doing that. The NSA, a separate creature, national security agency created by executive order originally, not originally by statute, similarly has an exclusively foreign focus, so it doesn't do domestic surveillance. The consequence of this is that there's a bit of a gap between uncovering foreign disinformation or foreign malevolent efforts, which the IC is able to do with limits. I'll talk about some of those limits in a second. And then once it finds out that information, what does it do with it? It, generally speaking, hands that information off if it thinks it's actionable and significant, et cetera, to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which in turn has a domestic capability to address this in limited ways under federal criminal statutes, or perhaps the Department of Homeland Security, which Suzanne's old department, which might work with election security officials around the country. But again, it's very disjointed. That gets down to state and county level. So there's no one sort of integrated way of taking some information that the IC might find about a foreign actor, a research agency, for example, and translating that all the way down to people who are going to have an effect on it, whether that's a social media platform or a local official. So the very fractured nature of it, and there are good reasons that it may be fractured, it may make sense for other reasons, but that very structural reason operates as an impediment. And so a lot of the successes that the intelligence community achieves are sort of in spite of its structure, not because of its structure, not facilitated by that. I'm not being critical of that in particular. There are other reasons for that, but that is indeed a factor. Other factors are just the sheer scale of the potential target area, the surface to be uncovered or discovered or subject to surveillance. Every day, for example, 720,000 hours of content, videos are uploaded to YouTube. That's just YouTube, not X, not Instagram, et cetera. If you think, oh, well, that's a big number. What is 720,000? Yeah, whatever. That's 83 years. So if you were to sit down and just watch a day's worth of YouTubes, it would take you 83 years. That's just YouTube. So my point in this is for the intelligence community to try to track the foreign sources, who's busy uploading things to X, to Facebook, to YouTube, and trying to get a handle on it is impossible. The volume is too great. And the intelligence community has other priorities too on top of disinformation. So this is a very difficult area, coupled with finally the political issues, which I know Jessica was aware of in her prior role, of wanting to make sure the intelligence community doesn't venture too far into areas that look like politics domestically because of the aspects of disinformation having an effect here. So there are a lot of structural reasons why this is a particularly challenging area. Historically, for example, the intelligence community didn't even focus on disinformation as such, and that's why I think we got caught flat-footed in 2016 with the activities of the Internet Research Agency in Russia trying to have an effect on our national elections. Since then, we've done a good job in the intelligence community of making this a big focus. But again, it's a challenge. Do you want me to talk about the First Amendment? Or do you want me to
no, please.
I'll try to make it quick. But in addition to the structural restrictions, sort of political statutory restrictions that prohibit the intelligence community from having integrated sort of whole of government operations to look at and uncover foreign disinformation, foreign malign influence, let alone the points that Suzanne was talking about how some of that has now been recently dismantled under the Trump administration. Put that aside for a second. There's the role of the First Amendment, which, as you all know, on some big level, simply prevents the government from getting involved in free speech here in the United States. The First Amendment, when it goes back to 1792, I guess, when it was adopted, actually wasn't, by the way, just a fun fact, was not the First Amendment. It would actually be the Third Amendment because there were two amendments to the Constitution that weren't ratified. The first and second constitutional, having something to do with apportionment and also titles of nobility. The states didn't like those, so they jettisoned that and made the Third Amendment the First Amendment, which now says, as you know, that Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. Interestingly, it applies to Congress, at least on its face, but over the years, the Supreme Court and other courts have been very successful in expanding that to apply to all government, not only the executive branch and within the federal government, but all the way down to local levels of government. And exactly where the line is drawn, we can discuss, but it's clear the government has an extremely limited role in affecting speech in the United States, including that of social media platforms and the ability of individuals on social media platforms to express their views. So in some ways, the First Amendment has proved more adaptable to current technology than, say, the Fourth Amendment, restricting unreasonable searches and seizures, which has been struggling for the years to sort of find its way in technology. But the First Amendment has been applied quite robustly. The significance of that, as it's turned out in a number of Supreme Court cases, is that the federal government and state governments are prohibited from using coercion or force against social media platforms to tell them what to say. The social media platforms, under some recent Supreme Court cases, themselves have a First Amendment right, as if they were a person, to curate, to edit, to delete. There's furthermore statutory protection under something called the Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which you've probably heard about a little bit, which basically immunizes social media platforms from taking action to either delete a post in good faith or account in good faith, and they're not liable for content on their platforms, the way a publisher might be liable, for example, if a book was published that said something libelous, it might be held liable. Not so for Meta, even though there might be libels on its website. So the First Amendment, the problem with it is that, and the benefit of it is that it prohibits very significant government involvement in going to a social media platform and saying, take that down, that's Russian influence, you can't have that, or that's a Chinese lie, get rid of it. That's really hard to do. They can provide information, but anything that tips over the line into coercion, and exactly where that line is very difficult. Indeed, it was so significant, I'll wrap up my long comment here, it was so significant a concern in the government, in the Biden administration, that even though Congress said to the intelligence community, please set up a foreign malign influence center within the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, They dragged their feet because of fears of getting too political, and it took 2 years before your office was set up, roughly about 2 years or so, roughly, and they had a fabulous director after that. But this is a very, very politically fraught area, and one that we do not have a good solution for.
Yeah. I mean, I can say at ODNI, we did conduct exchanges with technology companies as part of, sort of routine course of business. Those exchanges were really at the 30,000-foot level. So we would talk about evolving adversary TTPs. We talked about, importantly, like attribution and authentication. How are you doing it? Kind of help us to understand, make sure we're doing it as well as we could be. And also it helps us to understand how to contextualize the reports that come out of different companies. So that's kind of, we were speaking at the 30,000-foot level, never at the level of the account. All of that is sort of done by FBI according to FBI's authority. So lives sort of in a separate place. Does anybody else want to sort of chime in on this, Suzanne? I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I'm flashing back to my years as an attorney at CIA and trying to keep, to engage in those policy and legal discussions to make sure that our folks were operating in a very clear policy and legal environment. And that's one of the reasons I am so worried about this issue today, is because, again, I think these are such important conversations to have. These are really tricky issues, but we need to be able to give our intelligence folks clear guidance that has public support and that Congress has agreed to, because this is an area in which the ground will shift. It is very political. And once again, I worry that we will find our intelligence folks who thought they were doing what we wanted them to do being hung out to dry because something has come to light and not everyone agrees. Or we have a new administration and they say, you did what, right? And if it is left to simply, you can't do foreign malign influence against Russia because they're now our friend, but you can go really far into looking at people inside the United States if they are advocating and working for policies and people and groups that we don't like. And that is just such a dangerous place for us to be, both obviously as a democracy and a society, but also for our intelligence community folks who take enough risks as it is to be asked to engage in an uncertain legal environment. I do think there's a clear, to me, there's a very clear role for the intelligence community. Well, there are lots of murky places, but a very clear role is figuring out what our enemy's plans and intentions are. That's a classic intelligence community effort, and it could be really important here, particularly given the challenges that have been articulated about monitoring, trying to figure this out by seeing what's happening or what are they doing on the internet. Use our traditional intelligence community skills and capabilities, figure out what our adversaries' objectives are. My other area that I spend a lot of time on is cybersecurity. And I try to advocate this in cybersecurity as well. Don't wait until you see them in your network and system and try to figure out what they're doing. Figure out what they need, what they want, what is their objective, right? And then we try to frustrate their objective. And we know that among our most important objectives is to sow division, is to exacerbate division in our country, right? It is to undermine trust in our democratic institutions and in the media, in those pillars of our democracy. We know that that is a key objective for both Russia and China. So let's think about how do we undermine that objective. Disinformation will be always with us. We're never going to get rid of disinformation. How do we build public resilience, like we are trying to build resilience in our information environment, right? How do we build public resilience? And I have long believed that one of the ways we do that is to reinvigorate an understanding of civics in our country, which we've stopped teaching. Only 1 in 20 8th graders graduate as proficient in civics in this country, and that's been that way for many, many years. So we have generations of adults who don't understand what democracy is about, don't understand how they can use democracy to be effective agents of change. And so they are susceptible precisely to this kind of disinformation. They don't understand our shared values, what unites us as a country in a constructive and productive way. So I think we do need to think about those untraditional ways of building resilience, but there's a key role for the intelligence community in helping us understand so that we can frustrate those objectives.
Glenn, it looked like you wanted to jump in, and Bill.
Just a quick point, everything I totally underscore, as always, with Suzanne, her points. But the intelligence community, I neglected to say that in addition to talking about the intentions and plans of foreign adversaries, which the IC does and puts that information out, I don't know how deeply it resonates because it, again, gets unfortunately politicized. But if you look at the report by ODNI, the last Global Trends report, Global Trends 2040, which was a very comprehensive view of what the world would look like from now through 2040, it very, very clearly stated that the aims of China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, our big four adversaries in both disinformation as well as cyber security and elsewhere, have very, very clear malign intent and will continue their disinformation campaign. So we know what we're doing. In some cases, we have great information about their tactics and exactly how they're doing this, how China, for example, uses a very integrated approach with everything from the Ministry of State Security on down to individual diplomats around the world saying the same thing on their Twitter accounts and using proxies to generate fake accounts in a very, very comprehensive, integrated way. The IC has discussed all this, presented testimony, but again, how much of it turns into real actionable defense is another matter. And the last point on actionable defense is there are some, I would say limited, but still very significant successes. It is possible for the United States Cyber Command, not part of the intelligence community, but the military component, sort of the military sister of the National Security Agency, to take affirmative action against computers and servers and other pieces of equipment located outside the United States and take them offline, turn computers into bricks, so to speak, if they're seen to be and subject to various levels of approval as being the sources of foreign disinformation. So there is some military component to this in very limited ways, obviously not a whole solution, but there is that capability and it has been used. And similarly, on the prosecution side, the Department of Justice has been very active over the last, certainly during the Biden administration, in uncovering and prosecuting and naming and shaming, as they say, a number of foreign actors who've been discovered through terrific forensic evidence efforts of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So there have been a number of prosecutions, a number of indictments, and so there is some, but they're symbolic and they're important, but it's just a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, I think those are incredibly significant avenues, and we're sort of in an asymmetric information contest with with our adversaries. Like, the task for us is to sort of leverage those advantages, our cyber capabilities. We don't have to respond in a tit for tat way or on terrain that they've
and even
selected.
One or two of them sends a chill down some of the other operators. So even though you may only be indicting one or two people in a Russian troll farm, the others who are working there wonder, gosh, am I going to get uncovered too? So it has an effect.
And the indictment, the affidavit, those were hundreds of pages of material. Like, that's how you get detailed Russian planning documents out into the public domain. So I think those are sort of important counterparts to the information that other parts of government release.
It was a wonderful teaching indictment, which they do increasingly, and I think you're right, Jessica. For anybody who's really interested in seeing some recent examples of what we're talking about, I would encourage you to go to the exhibits. They have them in Russian and they've translated them into English, and it backs up the point that Olga made, that they are sort of talking to themselves to some degree in a bubble, because what you read in there, and I don't know, maybe they're right, but they are quite convinced that there's very little they have to do because a civil war is definitely coming in the United States, and Texas is definitely going to secede, and it's fascinating to read. You get a really good insight into what they are thinking. And Olga, your point about telling the dear leader what he wants to hear, it is the equivalent of the really heavy pots right, that they made because they were measured based on the weight of their production. Yeah.
So one of the reasons I like the idea of resilience building is on this capacity issue to monitor and detect. And I think there are three important trends technologically that make proliferation a really increasing problem as we go to a lower and lower barriers to entry, and thus more and more sub-state actors have more capacity to do this kind of work. One of them is that there are fundamental changes constantly in the architectures and the technology that underline generative AI and the ability to produce really high quality content. So essentially, if you remember, a year ago, if you were looking at text to video images, right, like Sora, you could see that dog was missing a leg or whatever. There were visible tells. That has radically changed in just 1 year to Google's version of VO. So, or for the diffusion models, early diffusion models are kind of cool until you see someone has 6 fingers. But say modern versions like the recently introduced GPT-4o version, which are really natively multimodal and are essentially, they're transformers that are directly producing images. They can hand draw letters, for example. So there's fundamental changes in the technology that make this stuff more and more undetectable. A second thing is there's also an ever increasing amount of efficiency gains, and a lot of it's being driven by China, but also in France, in the US, in the UAE, where these things get smaller and smaller and less computationally demanding to be able to do. And the last one is an explosion in consumer and prosumer technology. So, on my mediocre consumer $4,000 Mac laptop, I can do close to the frontier text generation. I'm just at the edge of frontier image generation. And, maybe if I have a Digits or some other nicer something that costs $5,000, $10,000, and in maybe another year, I can do frontier level text to video generation. So again, not that I think that AI is the only thing that matters, good old fashioned, just prodding people, saying the right thing still matters. But I do think there's an issue where if every kid in their basement, if anyone who's pissed off, whatever, can produce really convincing and hard to detect material, that has some stakes. And we saw that in the Hamas-Gaza, the Israeli-Hamas confrontation, where we found a ton of what appeared to be non-state actor, just individuals making fake content that was really powerful on either side, and they're just using off-the-shelf materials.
Okay, so I want to get all the rest of you into this conversation. Before we do a minute of sort of forward-looking, Suzanne, you kind of opened the door to this, but I'm curious, and also for all of you, sort of lessons from past experiences that kind of help us to think about ways to, strengthen resilience today.
So a few things. I do think I touched on civics as a way of building public resilience. I think it is also really an important way of making sure that we have wise policy going forward. We need more people like Bill. We need more people like you and Olga. And Glenn and I are trained as lawyers, so we're pretty useless. But we really just, and I just recently did a report at CSIS around bringing civics concepts into STEM education in the tech sector. We need translators. We need more translators. We need these tech bros, dare I say, to understand policy imperatives, to understand what the role of government is. Why can't you just come in and treat government the way you treated your private sector company? What are the consequences of that? How is it different? Well, if they've never learned anything about the way government works, then we're going to have these problems continually. We need people who have both the technology savvy that Glenn notes Congress doesn't generally have, and that sense of policy imperative and how you get things done in a way that doesn't break things, because move fast and break things doesn't work very well for the American public when you're talking about government. So there's that. Again, I do think that folks really trying to zero in and understand with granularity what the objectives are. In 2010, a retired congressman spoke with Central European intelligence officers who had been following Putin for quite some time, who told him Putin had 3 key objectives. This was in 2010. Undermine the relationship between the US and Europe, weaken NATO, and undermine trust in the media and the justice system. Right. If we pay attention to these objectives, we're going to be in a better place in terms of figuring out how we counter them. Congress as a customer for intelligence is really important. We've seen this in the past. If the administration is the only one tasking, if the intelligence community is only being responsive to the executive branch, to the White House, they're going to not be doing as good a job as they should be in telling their customers what questions they should be asking and taking a broader view. Congress needs to be an active customer and demander of intelligence, right? Really important, not to mention its role in oversight. Another point that my colleague Dan Byman just did a report on the ways in which disinformation is targeting and affecting private sector companies. Again, I think a really important area where we need to focus, where there is this blurring, as we have seen in cyber, and we saw after 9/11, where the private sector and the line between government and private sector is not as bright as it used to be either.
Do others want to chime in?
I definitely do, and I couldn't agree more with Suzanne on the sort of bridging the tech and policy conversations. It's something that I've tried to do throughout my career, and I'm currently in the process of doing right now, but I spent a lot of time working in a technology company and talking to engineers that worked in Silicon Valley. And being someone who was a graduate of a program like Georgetown, I apologize, I went to SAIS, to teach SAIS, but I did teach at Georgetown briefly. Bringing that kind of knowledge to a technology company, there are a lot of important roles for people with this kind of education to bring that knowledge to the technology companies and to people that work in technology to get them to be familiarized with the impacts of the kinds of things that they're building, because they're not always going to think about them first, but there, hopefully can be someone else in the room that can add to that. But I also spent a lot of time as someone who represented a technology company in policy conversations that were fundamentally misguided, right? There was a lot of really goodwill and criticism that was rightfully deserved, but also recommendations that were impossible to implement, and things that just were already being done, couldn't be technically done at all. I think that's a really important bridge that needs to be fixed, because you want recommendations that are actually something someone can do, and you want the tech people to understand the implications of the things that they're building. The other thing I'll say is, and I say this a lot, but I spent a lot of time as a threat intelligence analyst working inside of a technology company and as a policy person inside of a company as well. And we took down a lot of networks of fake accounts. We did a lot of incredible work in this space, and it's still being done at quite a few companies, thankfully. But it does feel, in retrospect, looking back on my sort of former tech policy career and tech intelligence career, it felt like whack-a-mole, right? You're taking a whole bunch of things down, but as I think Suzanne said earlier in the conversation, this problem isn't going away, right? We've studied it throughout history. It's not going anywhere. So there needs to be that resilience building, as Suzanne said, because we can identify and take down numerous networks every single day, but we are not, if we're not focused on rebuilding those societal fissures that are being exploited by the threat actors, then there's no, it feels like a futile task to just keep taking all these things down. And so I think the strategic communications portion of this is really important. And what I mean by that is not necessarily just shoving the truth down people's throats and hoping that they, consume it, but not assuming that people are empty vessels either, right? That, we're all just, so stupid and we can't come to our own conclusions, and it's the puppet masters that are the Russian threat actors that are telling us what to think. That's also a bad conclusion here too, because we're not that. So finding a way to create a more informed public and really empowering people and not removing their own voices.
Yeah. You guys want to chime in?
Go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead.
So one thing I'd like to see us do more of to help inform this whole process or this decision or the policy would be more empirical research on the actual effects of this kind of malign foreign influence efforts. It's It's not clear that there are effects. It's not clear when and where those effects are greater or worse, what the types are. I've seen a little bit of work, and one of my PhD students did a pretty interesting and innovative study a couple of years ago, like a difference in difference study of two comparable states, and trying to link excess overages for COVID vaccinations against exposure to, like pretty bad information about the dangers of mRNA vaccines, and really found in this one case no real effect. Didn't seem to actually have any effect at all. Now, there's a strong intuitive sense that these things do matter. Clearly, governments, including our own, invest in these kind of things. So I'm not saying they don't work. It's just I wish I knew better when, how, and where, and to what degree they did work. That could inform a range of things, everything from what we want to focus on for detection and takedowns, where we want to maybe do more resilience building. So I think a lack of empirical understanding of the effects of these things is hamstringing us.
I agree with all those comments, all good thoughts. And to your point about we don't really know how effective this is, and there's some indications that despite all the efforts of Russia and China in an integrated way of producing fake content on YouTube, X, et cetera, it actually ends up being seen by only X million or only X 100,000. So it seems sort of small in terms of the overall population. But of course, the question is it affecting even just 1% or 0.5% of the population? And given how divided our nation is, with elections being so close, certainly if you look back at the 4 years ago, the election was extremely close, and just a small change of the number of votes in a handful of states would have an effect. And is it possible that disinformation played a role in that? We don't know. But I want to make 2 quick points, which is that the sources of disinformation and its efficacy are very complex. There's multiple. It's technology, it's people, it's legal situation, legal regimes, et cetera. So there's lots of reasons we can point to as to why disinformation seems so prevalent. But the flip side of that coin is that there are also a lot of ways we can attack it and get at it. There's no one silver bullet, no one magic solution, but it has a multifaceted series of solutions, everything from empirical data, Suzanne mentioned civic education, there's some legal changes we could make, et cetera. So I think we don't have a sense in our country that we need to have an integrated, coherent approach to this. And indeed, if anything, I think there's a sense of hopelessness. We just sort of throw up our hands and say, gosh, we got the First Amendment, so we can't really say anything about it. Besides, I hate regulating tech, and I don't want to crimp innovation, so I don't really want to do too much there. And the foreign countries are going to do what they're going to do anyway, so there's just sort of some level of helplessness and a sense that we can't really do too much, and we're just sort of doomed to living in a sea of disinformation. I don't think that's correct at all, although I will admit there are very, very substantial challenges. And the last point I'll make on this is that one of those challenges is I don't think our nation fully recognizes a very significant shift in how our private sector is now responsible for national security. This is certainly true in cybersecurity, and I think it's even true in the disinformation space, which is, if you go back 30 years ago, 50 years ago, whatever, when you talked about national security, you were talking about the United States having a bunch of nuclear subs and nuclear missiles that would prevent an attack from Russia or some other nuclear country. And that was national security, and it was the government's responsibility. Nobody thought that Costco or Walmart was responsible for, or Procter & Gamble was responsible for, or Facebook was responsible for national security. And yet, due to the significance of technology and a whole bunch of other factors, our national security rests increasingly in the hands of the private sector and less so in government. Not government still obviously has a significant role, but I don't think our nation has really appreciated that. Mm-hmm.
There's so much that resonated in all of that, but I'm going to resist the urge to get on my soapbox. Maybe just one very quick thought is as an antidote to the nihilism. I think, like I said, I think it's a persistent asymmetric competition, and the task for us is to, just as our adversaries have identified certain asymmetries that rebound to their benefits, we should do an audit of asymmetries that rebound to our advantage, and to sort of take action in the spaces that are most conducive to our success. Because, tit for tat approaches just prolong the contests on terrain that's like advantageous to them. So open information environments, I think, are tremendous assets for democratic societies in the long run, but they do create certain sort of near-term vulnerabilities. And so there's steps we can take, of course, within the information domain, but also far beyond it, leveraging our great strengths, and that's sort of the task for us. With that, over to you all for questions. Why don't we take 2 here, and then we'll keep going. I think a microphone is coming.
Hi, I'm Cole. I'm an SSB student here at Georgetown. I was wondering, I think a more fundamental question about all of this is the who, what, and how they're talking about these sorts of things, and which parts of those really do we feel are abhorrent to, like which parts do we really care about solving and answering, right? Is it that this is a foreign actor? Is it that it's a foreign adversary actor? Is it that they're unregistered foreign actor, right? Is it about what they're saying? Is it about because it's a lie of some sort, or is it really about changing votes in an election, right? And so and is how they're doing it mattering as well? And so just sort of trying to get down to sort of some of those principal concerns of what parts of this we really care about and why we care about these particular actors doing it the way they do.
I would just say we think about foreign malign influence. It has to be foreign, malign, which is subversive, undeclared, coercive, or criminal influence activity. That's sort of the definition that we operate on, but others.
I can also sort of go back to my platform roots and talk about a little bit why we created something called the Coordinated and Authentic Behavior Policy when I was working at Meta. And it was specifically to address some of the problems that are inherent in your question, which is sometimes you don't know who, right? And not knowing who shouldn't prevent you from taking some kind of action against the what. Sometimes the content itself may not be manipulative and deceptive. And so the content may not always be a valuable way of identifying an influence operation, because many of the threat actors that I've studied use accurate content. In fact, the early analysis of the tweets from the Internet Research Agency found that some of their most shared links were SoundCloud.com and NewYorkTimes.com, right? And so if they're linking to legitimate sources and publishing divisive content that exists already in our information ecosystem, then you can't use lies on their own as your determining factor. And so the origin of something like a Coordinated Authentic Behavior Policy, which other platforms also developed, was to try to remain both content and actor agnostic, so that you can focus on the fact that someone is lying about who they are and what they're doing. The manipulation is the problem, right? It's not the content itself or the person who's doing it, because sometimes you may not know. And that's actually how, if the investigators, sort of from a more engineering perspective, forensic analysis perspective, are looking for operations, they can then find others that are engaging in these operations that they may not have been looking for in the first place, that may not have been sort of the Russias and the Chinas, but could be someone that's still lying about who they are.
Yeah, it's the inauthentic accounts, I think, that are greatest concern, certainly most to me, in terms of foreign malign influence. And it's one of the reasons why I think FARA, the Foreign Agent Registrations Act, is so valuable, because it is a way of labeling, of providing information, and then counting on the American public to take that into account. There are a lot of Americans who may choose not, that they don't care if it's coming to them from Russia or China. But there are other Americans for whom that is an important piece of information. The recent decision that they are not going to really enforce FARA, certainly against people who are acting as agents of a foreign government, I think really undercuts that notion of transparency as a way of dealing with this issue.
So I agree with this. We did a study in 2020 where we exposed different people who are ideologically, either left or right, to Russian content, and they loved it, right? If you're like right wing or left wing and you get the right kind of content, you're like, this is fantastic. When we expose the source, they're like, it's still true, but I don't want to share it now because I'm being manipulated. So exposing the source and the authenticity, I think, is critical.
And so that indicates that we do have some maneuvering room in our laws to tighten up and and require, for example, disclosure of foreign information, et cetera. So to your question about, so what are we worried about? I would say sort of all of the above, and I don't mean to be flip about it, but I just would like to relate one very quick anecdote that shows how foreign disinformation can have a real world effect. And if you go back to 2020, you may recall there were terrible fires in the Pacific Northwest. And it just so happened that some Facebook account person, domestic person, posted some things saying, I wonder if all these fires are arson set by the Antifa group, the African American group, to foment more social change, and they're probably all arson. And this was picked up by the Russians, as you well know, who instantly grabbed it and thought, wow, here's something we can exploit, and they started with some sock puppets, fake accounts, on then Twitter and Facebook saying, yes, this is arson and you got to be careful and you need, and sure enough, a group of people started setting up vigilante roadblocks in Oregon to stop the Antifa arsonists from escaping. There were none, of course, and it got to the point that you can go look at this, go back and research it. It got to the point where the roadblocks were so significant that they impeded first responders and firefighters from coming in and people from evacuating because of the mile-long backups to search for these arsonists. It got to the point where the FBI and the Douglas County Sheriff in Oregon issued a statement saying this is a bunch of baloney. It's not true. Do not read these Facebook posts and do not believe them, most of which were Russian generated at that point, far surpassing the domestic ones, and it had real world consequences.
All right, so many hands. We're going to try to take two at a time. I'll go one in the back and then one in the front, unless there's only one mic runner, in which case we'll take two from the back.
Thank you so much. My name is Antonia and I'm a student here at the Security Studies program. My question is informed on a recent case study on my country's presidential elections this winter. Put it simply, what we saw in Romania was Russian money, Russian methods enabled on a Chinese social media platform, TikTok. Put it simply, we also saw 33,000 fake accounts enabled in just 2 weeks that created real tangible effects in our elections. And our IC community relied on the limited tools that IC agencies generally have when dealing with such situation, which is declassification. But by the time they declassified, the damage was impartially done. So my question is, when IC agencies choose the moment to declassify, how can they choose it strategically to foil the adversary's plans without undermining the trust of the people and looking like the boy that cried wolf? Thank you.
So, Jessica, I'd love to tackle that. Oh, you want
Sure,
to
I would like to take
questions?
two at a
Sorry.
time just so we can get more folks in. Is there another one? Here, right here. Yeah, right here.
Hi, appreciate you coming. My name is Anshul. I'm a grad student at Georgetown. I wanted to push the conversation in a different direction. We've seen some recent FBI indictments or allegations against individuals that are more specific foreign influence. There was an individual who was working on behalf of South Korea, recent U.S. senator who's working on behalf of Egypt and Qatar, and then I think there was someone up in New York who's working on behalf of China. I'm curious how you view some of these more specific targeted kind of foreign influence activities against senior people in the U.S. society, and how that conflates or combines or fuses with some of these larger disinformation, misinformation, information operations from state adversaries. Thank you.
Suzanne?
So on the first question, I think the notion of pre-bunking is really important in this area. And that is the idea that we have to get out ahead. We can't wait until we see the disinformation. And again, this goes to using our intelligence capabilities to determine plans and intentions. The best example of that, of course, was the run-up to Putin's decision to march into Ukraine. And the wonderful work that the intelligence community did to learn what the pretexts were going to be that Putin wanted to use to justify that unjustified march into a sovereign country, and then to be willing to let the policymakers make that public. And that's a really important role for the intelligence communities, to both get that information and get it in a way that they can then allow it to be made public in advance, so that then when the pretext comes up, you've already got that resilience because you've pre-bunked it. I think that's critically important. The issue of how do you not appear to be putting a thumb on the scale of the election, I tell you, in 2016, when I was working on our election security and infrastructure security for that election, that was a huge issue and a huge concern. And as a result, the recommendation was, in part, to have a requirement for regular reporting, right? And I think that's really important, and I think it's something that's important to sustain. It was Executive Order 438, I think is the number, but an executive order that said, you know, you've got to do this regular reporting in the run-up to an election on what you're seeing in regards to foreign malign influence, so that it doesn't look like you're coming out with something to influence the election. So there are a couple things you can do there.
Yeah. Can I just, so it's 13848 that requires like disclosure 45 days after an election. I guess broadly, so since 2019, there's been a notification framework, which is essentially a group of senior career civil servants from across the interagency who meet to deliberate according to a set of presidentially approved criteria that was established by the now current president, so in his first administration, and then was revalidated by the Biden administration, and will be looked at again every 2 years. But importantly, it's a group of career civil servants who are sort of vested with the authority to make decisions about when to recommend a public notification in an election context. And they have a very specific set of criteria. It has to be foreign, it has to be malign, the intelligence has to be credible, specific, and actionable. And so this sort of formal process is an effort to sort of take the politics out of it and to put rest the decision in the hands of senior career civil servants. I will say, so that process was run by our office, and the overwhelming number of the majority of notifications that we delivered this cycle were non-public notifications directly to the target. So public notifications get all the attention, obviously, for obvious reasons, but the intelligence community also has the capability of going directly to the target or the conduit of an influence operation to say, hey, we have information that suggests that you might be a target or conduit. Here's what we think you should know.
One other quick thing to add that I spent a lot of time talking both with the intelligence community and others ahead of the election cycle was about the media's role in all of this too. And I think looking at the French election in 2017 and the media blackout that happened when the Macron leaks hashtag and campaign was circulating to try to share basically a very similar hack and leak type of operation that occurred in the United States in 2016. It was attempted in 2017 in France, but it didn't work. And part of the reason it didn't work was the media wrote the sort of second day story, not the first day story. It wasn't, here's the context of contents of Macron's email. It was, here's what happened, and here's who we think it was. And so that sort of training media as well, I think, is a very important piece of this, and finding a way to deliver that information to them effectively so that they are the ones that are getting that information out to the public and not sort of salivating over, John Podesta's risotto recipe and things like that.
I'll also say we thought about, we went out ahead of time and said, you're going to hear from us at 100 days, 45 days, 30 days, 15 days, so that it was tied to the calendar and not to events. And so it wasn't, we didn't have to sort of, well, why did you talk about this and not that? So there was sort of that goal, and then also just kind of set the table so that at the end we had to come in with a public notification. It wasn't like the first time, the few days before the election, it wasn't the first time the American people were hearing that Russia has these goals, Iran has these goals, here's what China's doing in the information environment, kind of setting the climate so that we could, say, hey, a storm's coming. Does anybody want to answer the question on FBI indictments and any of that stuff? No takers. Okay. Other questions? Here and here? I don't see the runner. But.
Can I just, on that FBI point, I mean, I don't have anything too deep to say on it, but It is the activities of Russia and China in particular, aimed at individuals, is all part of a very comprehensive campaign that they have. And it's just, we've been talking about disinformation, which is mostly a social media phenomenon, but their influence operations are extensive and are targeted at specific individuals. So this is really something more for the FBI and its counterintelligence role than the pure intelligence community, the traditional intelligence community elements that we've been talking about. But it's very significant, and it consumes, or has consumed, a very large part of the Department of Justice. I might add many of those people in the Department of Justice who work in that area in the FBI, including a particular task force associated with it, have just been recently disbanded. So we'll see what effects that has. But it's very significant and quite worrisome.
Okay, here and here.
Thank you for being here today. My name is Joshua Bernard Pearl. I'm a student here at Georgetown, very interested in this topic. And I'm curious, you've all mentioned like Russian tactics, Chinese tactics, Iranian tactics, different goals, but have you seen examples of them actually collaborating in any of their either goals or techniques, or are you worried about that in the future?
So we did a study a few years ago on the coordination of not social media, but rather news articles distributed on the internet between Russia and China. And while we couldn't show conclusively that they were coordinating deliberately, what we could show through the sort of time series, we used like topic modeling over time, we could show that both China and Russia would float the same kinds of stories at the same time, take them down. So for example, like, China reputation laundering, or don't use American tracking software, Bill Gates is putting a chip in your brain, that kind of stuff. So at the very least, we could show that there is really, really strong, incredibly strong correlations between some of the narratives that they circulate, and hard to imagine you could do it with that kind of specificity and that kind of like really anchored, like to the week level, almost the day level, and not think it was not planned and synchronized.
I will say, in my experience looking at this forensically as well as just from a policy lens, I have not seen any direct evidence that shows any kind of collaboration. I think a lot of these threat actors will use the same sort of open source intelligence market research methods. And sometimes I think it might be a little bit dangerous for us to say things that someone is adopting Russia's playbook or something like that, because I think it gives the Kremlin and Russia a little bit more credit than they deserve. I think, all of us are, what I do know is that the threat actors read the threat reports that companies put out. They read the intelligence reports. They're monitoring all of the same things that researchers studying the space are doing. And so they're learning the same information that we're putting out there to educate people. They're learning about the ways in which their campaigns are being detected, and they're also learning perhaps from others and the types of reporting that is out there. And so I wouldn't say that's necessarily a cause for us to assume that they're collaborating, but just like the sort of useful idiots argument in the influence operations space, sometimes there's also convenience factor. We're like, oh, that's a good one, I should use that too. And we've certainly seen that with these fringe news outlets as well that have nothing to do with state actors, but Russian and Iranian and Chinese actors will just jump on some of these fringe news outlets and use them and elevate them.
Yeah.
We've certainly seen collaboration in other areas. And so if they are not collaborating in the information space yet, just stay tuned.
I would just say because they share certain targets and objectives, like whether or not they're formally collaborating, their efforts can have a sort of compounding effect. Let's take two more. Right here, and then right here.
Excuse me. Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for coming here today. My name is David Chu. I'm a first-year student in Master in Foreign Service program here in Georgetown. So my question to the panel is, so in terms of misinformation, disinformation campaign, beyond just simply, the expansion of technological means, it's also most fundamentally, at many points, to manipulate and to sort of use people's emotion to get them to believe what malicious actors want them to believe. So for example, QAnon, for example, you can't really use no matter amount of reasoning and evidence that you present to them that this is not true. Well, the believers won't necessarily believe what you presented to them, and just because they're kind of emotionally attached to whatever they believe. So just on that, in general, how do we combat misinformation, disinformation when it comes to manipulating and exploiting people's emotion? Thank you.
Great, thanks. And then right here.
Hi, my name is Ferial, and I'm here at SSB last semester graduating. I have a question in regards to misinformation and AI. We know a lot of our adversaries like Russia or Iran hardly ever comply with any regulations and any form of international laws. And knowing that they are now collaborating on getting their hands on the latest information, technology informations, and they hardly ever comply with copyright law, and they get what they want, the technology they want, and now they have China to help them get their access on it. As of this moment today here, you guys, do you believe that democracies will prevail over autocracies when it comes to AI and misinformation?
So I'm a big believer in democracies and the strengths of democracies. I think there's been a lot of authoritarian envy in our country for a number of years. I think it was Jessica who said we need to lean into our strengths. And I think our ability to operate in a more transparent environment is a huge strength of democracies. I talk about this a lot. I talk about it in terms of training to fight in the light. If you train to fight in the dark, you could turn off the light or meet your adversary at night and you'd have the advantage, right? But the reality is a transparent world is coming at us full steam ahead, right? The world is becoming more and more transparent. I really believe the shelf life of secrets is vanishingly short. Whoever figures out how to operate in that transparent world with fewer secrets is going to prevail in the long run. And who has the advantage in operating in a transparent world? Who is more comfortable in that transparent world, right? Democracies, where the imperative for transparency is there, or Russia, Iran, North Korea, China, who need those dark corners to hide secrets from their own populations. So if we lean into transparency, and we've talked a lot about that, and as a weapon for fighting disinformation, if we lean into that in a really heavy way, I do think we are going to be in a much better place. And it applies to AI and technology challenges as well, right? The more we can provide transparency and let people make decisions, I think the better off we'll be.
I can address the other question, and I think to go even beyond just emotion, but also any sort of cognitive biases and cognitive understanding of human beings and their vulnerabilities. There's actually quite a bit of interesting research that's been done on all of that, all of the things that make us vulnerable to influence campaigns or disinformation, information overload, the reasons we gravitate towards emotion as a shortcut in order to make decisions about what information is accurate and true. And there's been a lot of studies about that and how we might be able to sort of nudge people. So nudge is a word that's often used in the sort of cognitive science space. There's actually a book called Nudge as well. But if you look at research by, even Daniel Kahneman and all of that, you can think about ways in which you can encourage people to slow down. So some of the things that social media companies and others do is to add friction into the information environment. You introduce ways in which, are you sure you'd like to share this? It's been disputed, right? Or this has a label over it that says AI companies have said that this might be generated by artificial intelligence. So you find ways to sort of not get in people's way, but add additional context, because the internet is very much a context stripper. And so there's been some interesting research on that. There's definitely a lot more to do. And you mentioned QAnon in particular. I think when it comes to sort of the conspiracy networks, some of the studies have shown that people, when they're confronted with information that they already previously knew before they sort of fell for a conspiracy theory, and it doesn't align with what they already, let's say they're a computer scientist, they see something about QAnon that somehow does not align with what they already knew about computer science. That's when it sort of just breaks for them, and then they're able to leave that world. But the last thing I'll say, and this is sort of a big talking point for me that I care deeply about, is people seek all of this stuff not only because of emotion, but because they're looking for community. And so I'm a big believer that a lot of our information ecosystem problems have a lot to do with people searching for meaning and community. And we're getting some time warning, so we will.
Is that right? I thought we were done.
Okay.
Is it done 11:30 or 11:45? 11:45. Okay, great.
Can I just
yeah, please.
address
Then yeah.
the question up front here? Both Suzanne talking about democracy and Jessica, you talking about asymmetric advantages. One of the asymmetric advantages that the United States enjoys in this area is the fact that we have allies. That is not something you could say about Russia, China, North Korea, Iran. Maybe they have a country that's sort of friendly to them a little bit on occasion on a transactional basis, but there's no integrated sense of like-mindedness at all. And by contrast, the United States obviously has that, not only in a formal sense with the Five Eyes intelligence sharing arrangement, but just more broadly, democracies and close to democracies around the world will think the same way about the threats of disinformation, not completely aligned. I think we're years away, if ever, from some kind of formal treaty in this area. That's not what I'm suggesting, but it is absolutely the case that intelligence agencies of other countries will assist the United States, and the United States will assist them in uncovering disinformation campaigns, foreign malign influence campaigns, and that leveraging power is really significant. I would not minimize that at all, and that's a big advantage we have. To Bill's point, maybe it's the case that the Russia and China collaborate in some way, but it's a very transactional basis on a particular specific thing. They're not like-minded, and they're naturally distrustful of each other. And you could just think of all sorts of ways. Just for example, disinformation in Europe, as proposed by China, looks very different from disinformation in Europe as proposed by Russia. They have completely different goals and objectives. So there's limited room for cooperation. So I think we should take advantage of the fact that we do have these alliances and exploit them in a good way.
Speaking my language.
Sorry?
I said you're speaking my language.
Yeah, okay.
On this question of what can we do, so on the first one, and I remembered, it's reflexive control theory. Yeah,
Yes.
I always lose that, but it hinges on the idea that every single polity has some kind of a schism or breakpoint inside of it. For us, it's about political polarization. So if we want to be more resistant to that kind of exploitation, we have to cool the flames of polarization, which is really hard, by the way. I don't have an answer to that one. The second one on conspiracy theories, and we did a really interesting experiment or a study for Google on detecting a variety of different conspiracy theories online using machine learning, but also reviewing what the research is on why people believe in conspiracy theories and how to get them out of them. And it's not, so one, the biggest single finding I'd point to is that sympathetic engagement is the priority. The more you tell people in a conspiracy theory group that they're morons, that you hate them, there's more likely to be a doubling down inside the community, and it's called the boomerang effect. Whereas engagement, so in anti-vax communities, at least listening to their concerns over children's health and safety, which, by the way, being concerned about your kids' health and safety is not a bad thing in and of itself, or for people who believe in a conspiracy theory about hidden genocide in the world, so there's like a white genocide happening that's being masked. Actually, argumentation that's respectful actually has shown some effect. However, these seem to be hard to scale. That is, individual engagement, how do you scale that up? I don't know. So that's two concerns. And then this idea about who's going to win, especially with regards to AI. One, I love democracy and I believe in democracy. So that's just Bill's answer. But from a Chinese perspective, the CCP, if I could shortline it right now, they are very concerned over the threats that AI poses to their control. And I think for almost anything that they do, it's about internal security. That is always the primary concern, is internal security. I think, we think at least at RAND, that like right now, the CCP believes we can ride this tiger, profit from it, and then when we need to exert control, sort of retroactively. But I would say that, again, if light is more dangerous to them than it is to us. So I think, again, in the AI race, I don't know that they're going to survive that one the way we are. Or I think we're better positioned to handle whatever upheavals AI does than the CCP or Russia is.
And the upheavals are going to come from the application of AI. Where I think we really can excel is that innovation in figuring out, okay, how do you apply quantum? What are the applications? How do you apply AI? So I think that's really important. On the stickiness of conspiracy theories, Dan and I have talked about this. There was a lot of research done back in the heyday, if you will, of counterterrorism work around what makes these terrorist recruitment things sticky, messages sticky, and how do we counter them. And some of the things that creative people came up with, to your point about tackling the emotional piece of this more than the rational content piece of it, was humor, right? Memes are really important. Sort of the less verbal and kind of, as a lawyer, this is counterintuitive for me, but the pictures, right? So graphics that convey so much more than words, music that taps into your emotion, poetry. These kinds of ways of communicating so much more and powerfully than our rational words can, I think, are some of the ways.
Okay, we are going to take the last two questions, and then we'll come to everybody can sort of chime in also with their concluding thoughts. Yeah, right here. Yeah, you.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Crook. I'm a national security analyst at the U.S. Government Accountability Office. Very insightful conversation here today, and I'm in the International Affairs and Trade Mission team at GAO. So I'm very curious to know what thoughts come to you guys' mind of things that GAO can do to examine the intelligence community and how they can combat influence operations. Thank you.
And one more. Generally that way.
Hi, I'm Francesca. I'm a first-year undergraduate at the School of Foreign Service. Suzanne brought up an excellent point that there's kind of a segmentation of expertise in this field, in that there are some people who are more aware of policy issues and others who are more aware of the technological side. I'm curious whether you think that Generation Z is kind of, having been raised in both the digital age and a very politically polarized age, is equipped at all to deal with this information ecosystem, and if not, what we can do to create a more digitally conscious society as a whole.
Okay, big questions.
So on GAO, if I might, GAO has done some great work already in this particular area. I was just recently looking again at their report to CISA and to DHS on their work on foreign malign influence and some of the things they saw that could be done better. GAO is important because it's independent, and I hope that will remain the case. GAO is also really important because their real customer, a key customer, is Congress. And I spoke before about the importance of Congress as a customer. On the Gen Z, I do think that Gen Z holds great promise, actually, because so many Gen Zers, if you will, do care about, they want to save the world. They want to make a difference. They care about having an impact. And so even those who are drawn to more of the science, the STEM, engineering, technology fields, there's a lot in the report that I did about the reasons that it may be hard to get those people to focus on the gray areas of policy implications. But I think tapping into that motivation is a great way, among others, of bringing them, of talking to them about why they need to have an understanding of policy imperatives as well. So I think there's great promise there.
Just real quick, one of my biggest pain points with both Congress and in DoD is the lack of even a cursory conceptual understanding of technical issues. I don't think we should have I don't want flank rank officers or Congress people to be like technical experts, but at least to sort of understand the concepts. I teach at Carnegie Mellon University, and I teach a number of courses there on like social media, technology, conflict kind of courses, and they're smart kids. I mean, I'm blown away by them, and I feel like they're going to go out there and do awesome things. So, I mean, at least my little window into Gen Z, I have a lot of hope and they give a lot of promise.
Maybe not to add any negative piece here, but I do think that it's important for us to recognize, no matter what generation somebody's in, that all of us are just human beings and we have all the same sort of cognitive vulnerabilities and emotional vulnerabilities. And so I think it's important to sort of not assume that everything's just going to fix itself and get better, but to really think about how to apply that knowledge, how to translate what you understand as an SFS student to perhaps people who are not as knowledgeable about geopolitics and policy, right? There's still going to be those natural divisions that get created no matter what generation someone is in. And so using what you know and trying to connect with people more effectively in whatever manner, is most relevant to that audience, right?
On the Gen Z point, I'm both encouraged and dismayed at the same time in the sense that I think our education system has shortchanged that generation in a significant way. Suzanne's alluded to civic education, but there was a Pew study, PEW survey done a couple of months ago about how Generation Z obtains their news, and quite surprising not surprising, there was a big divide between that generation and how earlier generations got their news. From my generation, I got it from mainstream media. I'd watch TV and read the New York Times. That was my source of information. And now so many people in the younger generations get their news exclusively from social media. They get their news from TikTok. That is their source of news, period. And that's both good and bad. But I don't think we've done an adequate job of giving that generation the tools to understand some important concepts that we've been talking about in terms of civic education, with the consequence that there's a bit of a schism. On one hand, the generation is very excited and wants to do good and is very maybe idealistic in some ways, and yet there's also this sense of despair and hopelessness, like we can't change anything. Prior generations have screwed it up, so there's no point in doing anything. And it's very important to counteract that level of cynicism. I don't have any one solution for it, but I recognize that that is something we do need to address.
Yeah, that nihilism is sort of the point, right? The sort of eroding our confidence in the idea that there is an objective truth, because that's so fundamental to democracy, right? The idea that the truth is knowable, citizens can discern it, we can use it to govern ourselves. That's why democracies, sort of need a healthy information environment to thrive, and our adversaries, of course, have no solution.
And it corrodes faith in the ability of government to solve our problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ability of people to hold government accountable and make government solve our problems.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks to all of you for the many insights here, and to all of you for participating in a very lively conversation. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mariam Halstian, and I'm a student in the Security Studies program here at Georgetown. And I'm really, really excited to welcome you back to the second session of the Kalaris Intelligence Conference. And I also hope that all of you had the time and had a chance to enjoy your lunch and the poster session, make some new connections, but also reflect on some of the most key insights that we've heard from today's first panel discussion. Intelligence remains an essential pillar of democracy today. It provides early warnings to reduce uncertainty, prevents threats, and enhance national security. Intelligence also helps decision makers focus on critical issues and adapt to evolving challenges. And last but not least, policymakers can use intelligence as a tool in their diplomatic efforts. To explore the role of intelligence, diplomacy, and their intersection in democratic societies, it is my pleasure to introduce Emily Hardin, who will deliver a keynote speech today. Emily Hardin is the director of the Intelligence, National Security, and Technology Program, and vice president of the Defense and Security Department at CSIS. As the head of Intelligence, National Security, and Technology Program, she provides leadership on the most critical issues facing intelligence professionals and on the future of intelligence work. In her capacity as Vice President of the Defense, Security Department, Emily Hardin is responsible for leading a team of well-renowned scholars providing policy solutions that shape national security. Ms. Hardin, thank you so much for joining us today, and the floor is yours.
All righty, folks. It is after lunch on a Wednesday, so let's try to keep this interesting and start off with a gripping spy story. Agent 711 was one of the most effective and least known spies in our nation's history. He used dead drops to communicate about enemy plans. He used secret chemical processes to create new forms of invisible ink. He spread disinformation to disguise his own troops' movements and confuse the enemy. The year was 1778. Agent 711 was George Washington. He was our nation's first spy master, and his network of informants was the Culper spy ring. It was one of several that he ran through the war and also during his time as president. Washington's army was undermanned, underfunded, frequently on the run. He knew he needed an edge, and he found it with intelligence. A British intelligence officer later said, "Washington did not really outfight the British. He simply outspied us." At the same time, as a young nation was leaning heavily into its very first intelligence community, Thomas Paine was inspiring a nation to democracy. He had ideas about equality, rights, and the limits of government, revolutionary ideas for the time. He had ideas about power. It was not a divine right handed down to a monarch, but power rested in the hands of the people. Government borrows that power for a time within limits. The representatives of that government are meant to be of the people and return to lives among the people, not to be separate or above or disconnected from what's going on among them. Thus, our nation was born, not out of a tension between intelligence and democracy, but as an alchemical mix of both. We carry these ideas forward into a modern context. Power rests with the people. They loan it to the government. We trade some of our liberty for things that no one person can provide. Roads, the power grid, police, submarines, national security. In exchange, we demand things of our government: accountability, adjustments, change, transparency. But we also demand security, and we demand economic prosperity. That's the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness part. It's easy to forget, sitting here in this beautiful room, that there are still those in the world who wish to take these things away from us. It's also in part generational. I'm guessing that a lot of you sitting out there either were not alive during 9/11 or had maybe just been born. There are still terrorists and cartels who wish to take life. China seeks to take liberty. They want to subjugate people to their will, as they've done in Tibet and Hong Kong, as they're attempting to do in Taiwan. Russia wants to end the pursuit of happiness. Some men truly do just want to watch the whole world burn to make themselves feel better, and Putin is one of those. Rather, they want happiness on their terms. This looks like power for the elite few oligarchs around Vladimir Putin, while he sends the poor to fight his war in Ukraine. It looks like the ruling elite of the CCP and their little princelings. They want order. They want to take liberty, to hold power. The state has showed, in their case, security, but only for the few. Why? Because liberty is messy. It is a struggle. It's making our own way while everyone else does the same. It's making space for ourselves and for each other. And when those spaces conflict, we figure it out. Thomas Paine wrote, "When we speak of right, we ought always to unite it with the idea of duties. Rights become duties by reciprocity. The right which I enjoy becomes my duty to guarantee to others, and he to me." So today we are the guarantors of each other's rights. In Paine's time, that looked like representative democracy and a little bit of revolution. Today, specifically with regard to spy work, it is a hard concept to wrap your head around. It's actually protection of rights by proxy. So I brought a visual aid. In my pocket, there's a coin. The first one made for the Senate Intelligence Committee, on which I served for 6 years. There are only a very few of them. It's a limited run. I got number 3. I'm very proud of that. On one side is Washington's seal, to represent our very first spy master and to honor the intelligence officers who were so instrumental to the birth of this nation. But there are also 2 sets of stars on this coin. There's a set of 15 around the outside that represents the 15 members of the Senate Intelligence Committee who represent the entirety of the Senate. And then on the other side, there are 100 stars representing the Senate as a whole. Why are there 2 layers? The 100 senators represent the entire country. The 15 members of the committee represent the Senate. Just as Washington went to great pains to encode secret messages and hide what he knew from the British Army, secrets today must stay secret. The more people who know a thing, the less likely something is to stay secret. The Intel committees are there to be the eyes and ears of the entire Senate or the House, and by extension, the nation. These committees were designed to bring things back into balance. During the 1960s and 1970s, and another time of intense national upheaval, the IC got way out of hand, spying on political figures like Martin Luther King, attempting assassinations of foreign leaders, and engaging in massive propaganda campaigns. The Church and the Pike committees united to investigate and create both the Senate Intelligence Committee and the House Intelligence Committee to provide permanent, comprehensive oversight to keep this balance. When I completed my work on the Senate Intelligence Committee, I went to the National Archives to put away all of my notes that I had stored up over the last 6 years, classified archives because classified notes. And as the archivist took me upstairs to the SCIF part of the National Archives, I just noticed these reams and reams and reams of papers and boxes into shelves. And being a big nerd, I was super excited about all this. So I put my little box on the little shelf, and then I asked her, "Hey, is it cool if I look around?" She was like, "Sure, go ahead." You can literally see where the work of the Church and Pike committees begin. If you go all the way back to the beginning of the archive, there are boxes labeled Martin Luther King. There are boxes labeled with all of the names of the operations that never should have happened. Then you see the Church and the Pike committees and their reports, and then after that, things become far more orderly, far more in check. And you can walk through history and see the impact that having 2 committees devoted to oversight of the Intelligence Committee has really had. Just as this balance must be maintained and was maintained by the Church and Pike committees, the namesake of this conference brought things back into balance, too. He took the counterintelligence mission back from Angleton, who really was power gone mad. He accused so many officers who were loyal and honest of being intelligence agents. He ruined more than a dozen careers. He authorized the opening and the checking of mail going to and from the USSR in Operation Lingual in 1955, something that even shocked the FBI at the time. But Kalaris' mission was healing, reform. He never lost sight of that dual mission, security and liberty, or security that enables liberty. People who don't know intelligence work think that it's all powerful and full of abuse. They see the spy thrillers that are in the movies. They think the 1970s continue today. They see Angleton, where they should really see Kalaris. But people who do know, it's a microcosm of liberty. It's messy, it's flawed, but it's also full of checks, balances, and people doing the right thing. For every Angleton, there are 10 Kalarises. These are my friends and former colleagues. They look like me. They look like you. They miss dinners with families. They put themselves in harm's way. They don't get parades. They don't get early boarding on flights. They don't get military discounts. They just do the work. For us as a country, I fear there are rough seas ahead. We face two revisionist powers that, like King George III, believed that one person should be in charge through might alone. These people want to set up a false choice, freedom or security, not both. But the truth is that freedom and security are deeply intertwined. It is fear that leads to that false choice. On the one hand, dictators fear chaos. They think that people will come to understand that their oppressive dear leader does not, in fact, have their interests at heart. The supposed strong man is actually terrified. He's desperate to hold on to power. On the other hand, amongst some, there is fear the security mission will take over and will become too big, too powerful, lodged in the hand of someone who is too power hungry. But the goal is balance. We need Washington's spy ring. We also need Paine's ideals, and we need them working together. So I want to go back, before I take questions, to the Paine quote for a second, this idea of reciprocity. The rights I enjoy, I also guarantee to others. This is perhaps the most true for those who operate in the shadows. They guarantee the rights of fellow citizens day in and day out, with a million small decisions, even when no one is watching. Democracy enables good spy work. Only in a democracy can you walk into the Oval Office and deliver truly terrible news to power, tell the president his plans went horribly wrong. Spy work also makes democracy possible. I look forward to a day where there are no enemies, no one who seeks to assert ultimate power over others. That day, I will have happily worked myself out of a job. But it is not today. Today, I am fully employed, attempting to create deterrence, know our adversaries, create a future of peace through strength. And I need you. The IC needs you. Be that watcher on the wall. And if that life isn't for you, that's fine. Be the smart and engaged citizen of a democracy that you two were born to be. Thank you. All right, I can really only listen to myself talk for so long before I get bored. So let's do questions. I think there are microphones wandering around. All right. No questions? We all want to go back to our coffee? We're totally satisfied with democracy? Cool. All right, go ahead.
Okay, I think it's working. As politicians sort of give legitimacy to conspiracy theories and such as like anti-vax movements, how does the IC maintain bipartisanship while still combating these hoaxes?
Yeah. So it is, contrary to popular belief, not the IC's job to define truth. If somebody doesn't want to hear reality, they're not going to hear reality. What it is the IC's job to do, though, is to try to bound the range of the possible and to lay out evidence the best they can for what actually is happening in the world. So I still use this trick today all the time. Whenever somebody asks me a completely impossible question, I say, okay, let's bound the left and right possibilities here. And I'll also tell you my best guess for where I think this is going. You can say on this side, there's these factors could lead to this outcome. On this side, these factors could lead to this outcome. I think the most likely outcome is if we go this direction. And that way you kind of bring your audience along with you. They get to hear your logic, they get to hear your thinking, and hopefully they kind of come to think of that as their own. And by giving them options for where things could go, it lets them choose. You learn a lot, actually, from parenthood, and especially if you're trying to parent a toddler. It does teach you quite a bit about how to deal with a really cantankerous principal. If they don't want to hear what you're telling them and you give them an option for things that they can pick, just like a toddler, it makes them really happy. So you can try to walk them through to the place where you want them to go and think through a problem slightly differently. I do worry that in an era of alternative facts, that you can find a tidbit of information that's going to support whatever worldview you want. That, I think, makes it all the more important that places like Georgetown and also other universities, and even down to the middle school level, teach critical thinking and teach how to thoroughly evaluate a source and its credibility. Just because somebody says a thing does not necessarily make it true. And we're all swimming in a sea of mis and disinformation. So trying to read critically and figure out what is actually legitimate and what is not is something that we definitely need to teach kids today. All the way up at the front.
Hi, my name's Alec. I'm with the SSP program. And so for the IC, obviously a lot needs to be kept secret, but is there room for the IC to engage with the public, and create a more informed citizenry? And if so, what would that look like?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a joke in the intelligence community. There are policy successes and intel failures. Never the twain shall meet. And that's because it's so rare that the IC gets to come out and actually defend itself. Talk about a good thing that they did, because if you talk about the good thing, it means you're blowing the secret. Now, all that said, there are ways that you can try to get the message out. When the CIA tweeted for the first time, it caused a little stir because it was very cute. They said, we cannot confirm or deny that this is our first tweet. So, that's like a kind of a way of getting out there. With the advent of technology really driving the future of national security, it is not only nice to have a good relationship with the outside world, it is critically essential. One thing that CIA did was create a new mission center called T2MC, Technology and Transnational Issues Mission Center or something like that. And part of the goal of that mission center was to be out in the world engaging with the private sector, talking about how we can collaborate between intel and technology companies. That's been successful. Back when I was a reasonably junior analyst, there were some incidents that happened where too much information was shared and people were reckless with some things that they did. And that made the pendulum swing far back this direction. And all of a sudden, if you wanted to have a conversation with somebody outside the agency, it was a 16-step process to get there. It had to be approved by everybody and the deputy director. Now it's slowly swinging back the other direction. And I think there is a realization that you have to be out in public more and talking more about what it is that you do. I'll point to the Brits. They've been great about this. They had an initiative recently called Learning to Fight in the Light, where they were talking more about what they could declassify. During the initial months of the invasion of Ukraine, they put out, I think, weekly reports on what the Russians were up to and the various intel reports that they were putting out. They declassified and showed them to the British people. And I think showing value like that is really important to push back against some of the conspiracy theorizing, some of the it's a big, dark, scary black box that we can't see into and that we don't know what they're up to, so we don't trust them. One of the first things that I always encourage new members of the committees to do is to go out to the agencies and sit with the people who are working in the trenches, get to know them a little bit, because once you know them, you're far less terrified that they're doing something that you wouldn't approve of. Also, that's one thing that I love about this job. I'm a former, right? But I get to go out and talk about the great things that the IC does and draw on my experience as a real life human that was sitting in that chair and then talk about the other people who are still there, still working, still sitting in those chairs. Yeah. Mic up here, yeah?
Hello, good evening. I'm Alessandro Zara. I'm a student of cybersecurity risk management at Georgetown. My question was, when do you draw the line between intelligence operations, which are, as we said, preventive or deterrent towards threats from outside, and when they become maybe more leaning towards sabotage and disrupting other states? Where is that line drawn?
Well, so there is a robust set of rules and regulations and laws about what the intelligence community can and cannot do. So ever since Church Pike, for example, no more political assassinations, which is frankly a very good policy. However, there is still covert action that exists. Covert action is nothing like you see in the movies. I love a good spy movie, I really do. I love the Tom Clancy movies, they're fabulous. However, that's not really what it's like. If you want to engage in a covert action, especially one that's going to touch on sabotage, as you point out, or something like training foreign military force, the numbers of approvals you have to go through is insane. It's more about lawyers than it is about spycraft for at least the first few months as you work through all of the permutations and combinations and what you can and cannot do. Somebody from the private sector the other day asked me about how the intelligence community evaluates risk. What kind of risk assessments does the intelligence community do? And I said, you know, it's funny, we don't, except when it comes to the risk to humans. If you're talking about the risk of a covert action program, that goes through a very rigorous, very intensive set of checks. And the number one question really is this worth it? Is the risk worth the potential reward? One of my very favorite humans in the entire world was responsible for overseeing the covert action programs with me on the Senate Intelligence Committee. And he used to love to say that presidents think that covert action is a silver bullet, that you can just pull it out and it's going to solve all your problems. It's not. Unless it's embedded with a bigger foreign policy program, it's going to get you absolutely nowhere. So that's one of the big checks. Is this actually going to accomplish the thing that you want it to accomplish? Are the objectives defined? Is it something that you can do with the tools at hand? And then, is it going to stay secret? So this is one of the big differences, frankly, between the civilian intelligence community and then the military activity. There's covert action and there's clandestine action, and they're different things. The amount of rigorous oversight on the intelligence community's covert action programs is 10 times what you see happening in the military. It's just that lawyered, because we don't want to go back to the 60s and 70s in a time when there was no oversight and people were running a little bit rampant. So where's the line? I mean, if you're going to be engaging in activity against another power, that's a risk. And then you have to evaluate what those risks are and whether it's worth it. But yeah, no political assassinations, I promise. That's not a thing. Yeah, right here.
Hi, I'm Monica Davila. I'm in the Cybersecurity Risk Management program. My question is, how do we keep trust in the intelligence community, especially now with higher officials who aren't really reflective of those values of secrecy, privacy, and betterment for the people? So where is the intelligence in that aspect?
Yeah. I mean, in a sense, I want to throw it back at you, because this is who we're trying to convince, right? I'm already sworn in, right? Like I've got it. I trust. And so what I try to do is talk as much as I can to people outside the Beltway, to people who have heard a variety of things about the intelligence community and really don't know what to believe. And I do really try to hit on the point of, you're wondering what a spy looks like. This is what a spy looks like. Also, this is what a spy looks like, and this is what a spy looks like. They're just people who are doing really good work. Just like you get in an airplane and you trust the pilots to get you to the destination, you need to trust the intelligence community that they're doing things the right way. And when they're not, when they screw up, which happens because all people screw up, they own up to it and there are consequences. So I think that we need to get better, and I'll use that in the term of the IC, need to get better at telling the good stories. I used to say, actually, when I was a junior analyst progressing to my first leadership job, I'd ask around the building for where are the good stories? Like, we get told all the time about the things that people did when they screwed up and what we're fixing to try to be sure that never happens again. But where are the hero stories? Where are the like really amazing things that people did? And there's just not a culture of sharing those wonderful stories until 50 years later, when it doesn't really feel quite as fresh and relevant. They've gotten a little bit better about it. The halls of honor and the occasional bubble sessions where you talk about who's doing what well. That's great. But we need to do more of that, and we need to do it more publicly. It's also just a very humble culture, which doesn't fit with the current zeitgeist of self-branding and self-promotion. It's very much we know what we know, we do what we do it in the shadows, and trying to break free of that, to have a champion out there is I think, super important. And one thing that, if I were president for a day, right, I would be attempting to put in place people in those high offices who can be that champion out in the public. They can be humble about it, but they can also say, hey, this is what we're doing every day to keep you safe. I'm happy to talk about the 702 debate, but during the 702 debate, a little bit of that came out. We managed to disrupt this counterintelligence ring. We managed to go after this cartel. We managed to subvert this terrorist plot. And I think a lot of that got lost in the bigger screaming about privacy, but those great stories are out there. I'd love it if people could hear them. I saw a hand over here. Yeah. You can also just yell. I'm happy to repeat.
I don't think she would enjoy that. Hi, thank you so much. My name is Carlotta Penskin. I'm a security studies graduate student here. I am also a teaching assistant for Dr. Elizabeth Grimm, and I'm a German national, so this is not a question for myself, but this is more a question for my undergraduate students and my fellow American students who are feeling kind of jarred at the minute. My question is, there's so many people at the SFS and at Georgetown that want to serve, and you are saying the IC needs you. There is also a hiring freeze and those things. Kind of, what would you say to the people that can, should, and want to serve to kind of encourage them, and what are their pathways that they could do that?
It is a time of deep uncertainty, and I would be lying if I said it wasn't. It is. I have a hard time whenever any of my students come to me and ask me for advice about whether this is the right time to go into the intelligence community. The advice that I try to give is this. It's a great job. It's a really great job, especially if you're really young and you have all the energy in the world and are willing to pull those super late nights and super early mornings. It's a great job. It will teach you rigor in your thinking. It will teach you excellence in your writing and briefing. If you go into the operational side of the house, it will teach you how to read people in a way that will serve you for the rest of your life. Also, if right now you are at a point in your life where you really, really need a steady job that's got a guaranteed salary, might not be the right moment to go in. And that's okay. There's a lot of things that you can do right now that are tangential to the mission, very useful for the mission, and still serve your country in sort of a tangential way. And then, in the future, things will go back to normal. They really will. Then you can choose that moment to go in if that works for you. There are so many companies out there who are doing work that enables the IC mission. I had 2 meetings yesterday, I think, with AI companies that are looking at how to process huge amounts of data and create really solid open source intelligence for the intelligence community. There are some things that industry can do that the government just can't or shouldn't, and those places are wonderful holes that you can fill. There's also, work that you can do in the defense industry or, elsewhere. But there's a lot of options for ways that you can serve your country, or, an allied country, and also, still keep your hand in the game for a future role in the IC. I would say don't abandon hope. Traditionally, these are non-traditional times, but traditionally, the intelligence community has been kind of underneath the fray. I won't say above the fray because they're not putting themselves in a position above anybody else. But intelligence work is so professional and so rigorous and has been so apolitical that most of the IC usually manages to kind of ride underneath the swells of the waves and just keep doing their thing. Even when stuff is rough between allies and out in public, people are yelling at each other and the diplomats have their hackles all up and are making, dramatic speeches about how outraged they are. The spy guys, they show up for the meeting and they're like, this is outrage, just terrible. Yep, okay, cool. Can we move on now? Yep, cool. And then you keep going with the work because the work is too important to get subsumed by all of that nonsense. So it has tended to be a safe place to sort of keep doing the work. And I feel confident that if it's a blip right now, that it will come back around and it's really a worthwhile career. Okay, I see 2 hands back there, yeah.
Hello, Ms. Harding. Thank you for the time today. My name is Jackson. I'm a grad student with SSP. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the importance of allied intelligence liaison relationships. And if you were president for a day, what changes would you make to how we engage with allies on intel?
How long you got? Okay. So in a word, vital. As powerful and enormous as the US intelligence community is, and we really are, whenever I sit down with our British colleagues who are like the next biggest kind of, they look at us and they're like, oh, you have all the toys. And I'm like, yeah, I know we do, it's fabulous. We still can't do everything. We can't be in all of the places. We can't cover the whole world at once. When I was an analyst, the phrase of the day was global coverage, which meant that we're going to keep an eye on the whole world the whole time, which is insane. You really can't do that, and especially not without allies and partners. They can recruit assets in places we can't. They can go into a location where we can't go. And then, frankly, it's expensive to have a global intelligence apparatus. Why not share it with friends? So, if your satellite, we do this actually with the Israelis a lot. The Israelis are concerned about a particular slice of the globe, and we're worried about the whole globe. So if the Israeli satellites happen to be passing over a place and they don't care what they're taking pictures of, they can share those with us, which we greatly appreciate. So these kinds of exchanges are really very important to the overall picture. If I were president for a day and I was going to try to do something about this, I would look at the relationship that NSA has with GCHQ, which is the British version of NSA, and I would try to replicate that more around the intelligence community. The information sharing there is seamless, and it starts from the very beginning, from collection. One of the biggest problems that we have right now in trying to share with allies and partners, and my colleague Dan Byman wrote a really fabulous piece about this recently. It's on the CSIS website if you want to check it out. One of the things that we have trouble with is that we collect stuff and it sits on this platform, and they collect stuff and it sits on this platform, and it's just physically difficult to get them to talk to each other in real time. You start purchasing from the ground up together. You start collaborating from the ground up together. Also, the default in the intelligence community is secret no foreign. No foreign. No foreign means no foreigners. That's dumb. We really should have it be just secret. And then if you want to add the no foreign, you have to prove why, as opposed to defaulting to no foreigners. The Five Eyes Intelligence Alliance is a true gem and is one of the most precious things that we have in the intelligence community. I think you look to replicate that too in the Pacific and try to build some of those really intense close partnerships there too. It's a counterintelligence risk, but it's one worth taking. The other thing, that thing that I said earlier about open source intelligence, there is so much to be known in the open realm. You can get 60, 70% of the way there a lot of the time just with open source, and that is a perfect place to collaborate with allies. There's no downgrading of information, there's no declassifying anything, it's already unclassified. So all you can do is just share it amongst yourselves and really pull every last bit of insight out of it. Also, with intelligence partnerships, they look at the world differently than we do. I had a meeting recently with actually some German colleagues, and they asked me a really hard question, and I laid out my answer to the question, and they just kind of stared at me, and they were like, mm-hmm. I said, I kind of get the feeling you see it differently, and they were like, mm-hmm. And so they laid out their thinking, and it was a really powerful way for me to test my assumptions from where I sat and compare it to how they see things from where they sit with the richness of their history too. So it's extraordinarily vital. There's 2 words, vital and extraordinarily vital. All right, one back.
With digital authoritarianism being a major threat to democracies today, what reforms or adaptations would you consider the intelligence community may need to adapt in order to better position itself with respect to the threat? And would democratic principles have to be sacrificed to some extent to preserve democracy at the end of the day?
Yeah, so the answer to the last bit is no. I don't think we should do that. The fuller answer to your question, though, the digital space is the most challenging for the intelligence community because they hold so tightly to the protection of free speech and the other rights and privileges afforded by the Constitution. If you are wandering around on Twitter, it is nearly impossible to tell if this is an American citizen, if this is a US person, if this is a foreigner, if this is a Russian bot. And it's getting harder with the advent of AI that can approximate what a real American would sound like. So if you're the intelligence community, what do? You're not allowed to spy on Americans, and you can't collect in bulk, because if you collect in bulk, you're going to be picking up Americans' comms. So what their default has been is to just sort of step back and say, we're not going to collect that information. And that does lead to the gap you're talking about and an opportunity for digital authoritarianism and for the narratives of the aggressive few to really spread across the internet. That joke about how a lie can get halfway around the world before the truth gets its boots on, I mean, even more true today than it ever has been before. So I swear, honest to gosh, for 10 years, I have been trying to convince the intelligence community to really take a hard look at the authorities it would need and also the technical tools it would need to try to fix this, to get to a point where you can collect information safely, you can protect Americans safely, and then still derive the insights needed. When you're talking about pushing back against digital authoritarianism, though, I mean, it's not the job for the intelligence community mostly. Slight asterisk there, but it's really not the job of the intelligence community. This is where the diplomacy piece that I totally left out of my speech comes in. This is where we need you in a different way. Go be those foreign service officers. The Foreign Service has atrophied in ways that I find deeply disturbing, and there's a lot of good reasons why. But what you need is people who are out there in the field and understand what's going on in that tiny community in the middle of nowhere in the Philippines, and then understand that what China is attempting to do there to get a foothold in the country and understand how to push back. Understand what the local population actually wants from a partnership that China can't provide and maybe we can. I was talking to a Foreign Service officer the other day who said, the problem is that our embassy walls are too high. We send these kids who went to Georgetown or Yale or whatever, and they go out to a foreign embassy, and then they sit behind the walls and they have coffee with people who also went to Georgetown or Yale or whatever. And that doesn't tell you anything. Go out in the markets, meet with the Joloff women. They know everything. That is the Foreign Service that we actually need. And the way that you push back against digital authoritarianism is that you have them meet an actual American, and you have a conversation about what their world looks like and what our world looks like, and then you figure out what kinds of messages actually resonate so that you can fight in the digital space. But that's not the IC. That's you guys. Other questions? Yeah. Here in the khaki. Yeah.
Yeah. I am Julio. I am a SSP alumni 2015, and I'm a former Mexican intelligence officer. I have one question. What is the future of collaboration between friendly services when apparently there is an increasing aggressiveness towards traditional allies? Thank you.
This is where my fervent hope that the IC can kind of ride below those political waves really takes over. I think that, I hope, I cannot tell them what to do, but I hope that our friends and our allies see past the political nonsense and they just keep doing the work. And this is where, the partnerships and the personal relationships that are established in the field make all the difference in the world. Gina Haspel, who was the first woman director of CIA a few years ago, spent 30 years out in the field, and watching her form a personal relationship with somebody and then use that personal relationship to get what you both wanted was a thing of beauty. I remember sitting in a meeting between her and one of the senators, and she just had an instinctual capability to really understand the person who was on the other side of the table from her, and then to very quickly form a bond. That is what the best case officers do. And out in the field, those bonds can literally mean the difference between life and death. So what you want is for those relationships to stick. Maybe you leave people in place a year longer than you'd intended to, so that you can not be starting a new relationship in a tumultuous moment. This is an opportunity for diplomats and spies alike to be saying, look, I got your back. I don't care what's going on in Washington. I have your back. And we're going to work together on this, right? And that's really the best that you can do. This would be a very tough time to be out in the field. Other questions? Yeah, right here.
I was going to shout. Hi, my name is Phoebe Kim. I was in the Asian Studies program and also Refugees and Humanitarian Crises. So I'm wondering, does the IC community interact with civil society actors in foreign countries, and how do they do that? Because if you look at a lot of closed country contexts, a lot of the people on the front line who are putting out alternative information or trying to combat disinformation in like remote kind of settings are different activists and things like that. So thank you.
Again, this is much more a job for the diplomats than the spies. The spies are trying to steal information that governments don't want them to have. That is a different set of targets than trying to work with civil society. Also, you really don't want to put anybody in civil society at risk. You really don't. They got enough problems. You don't want to add on top of that they were interacting with somebody who was a known or suspected intelligence officer. So you got to be real careful about that kind of thing. But the diplomats, man, they can do so much good here, right? They can provide support, they can provide advice, they can listen and report back to Washington on the things that are going on. Some of my colleagues from previous jobs have literally changed the world being a diplomat working with civil society. One of my former colleagues, Mike Kozak, who's just one of my favorite humans, sat down. He was the not ambassador to Cuba. And he sat in his driveway once with a whole box of rum and a bunch of Cuban civil society types, and was like, either the sun's going to come up or we're going to have a plan, but either way this box is going to be empty. And they were like, and that's the kind of work that a really great diplomat can do. So yeah, get on that. Yep.
You talked a little bit at the beginning about the kind of the wild period of the 60s and 70s and how that was kind of one of the foundations for the modern restrictions and rules of the intelligence community. In a similar vein, how well do you feel from your own experience and talking to others that the intelligence community does at understanding and kind of taking a clear look at its own history? And are there areas where, or particular parts of that where you feel that more could be done to kind of look past either nostalgia or over self-criticism and have a more kind of objective and constructive assessment?
That's a complicated question. So they do okay. None of us are students of history today like we should be. Anytime I sit down with a real historian, I am awed by the amount of stuff that I learn in the space of just an hour. Elliot Cohen is one of my hallmates, and every time I wander into his office to ask a question, all of a sudden I walk out like 10 times smarter than I was when I went in. So I think that when you join, you are taught the lore of the place. You're taught some of the history of the place. But then you get on the hamster wheel and you start running. And it's very difficult to take the time to go back and look at the history and learn the lessons, unless you're in one of those jobs where that is your job. There is a CIA historian, there's a DIA historian, there's an NSA historian. There are museums, there are things that you can go and see. On days that when I was at the agency, when I was having a really bad day and I just needed a break, I would walk out to the SR-71 Blackbird that's mounted in the parking lot, and I'd go pet it to remind myself that impossible things are possible. You've got the right people working on it. But no, I mean, we don't do well enough. I would love to see more of the stories told, especially now that, we're 24 years past 9/11. It's a time when you really could declassify and talk about a lot of the things that happened early on. A lot of the bin Laden raid, for example, has been declassified and put out there. I mean, that's an amazing story. It's an amazing intelligence story. It's an amazing military story. And if you go to the Spy Museum, it's really quite well done. I gotta tell you though, it's so strange to turn a corner at the Spy Museum and see like one of my former bosses staring at me in like 10 times size and talking at you. And you're like, I'm sorry, I'll turn that PDB in right now. Yeah, it's a strange thing, but it is quite well done. As far as the Clear-Eyed piece, there are some hangovers that I would love to see disappear. When the Snowden revelations came out in 2013, I was on the Hill as of 2015, and one of my jobs was to try to figure out what the damage was, to try to put a number or a scope on the amount of damage that Edward Snowden had done. It's a very big number, I'll just say that. NSA, whenever they would come in to answer my questions, they would come in like a kicked puppy. And they would walk into the room and they would be like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And I'm like, what are you apologizing for? They say, we don't know, but we're sorry. I'm just gonna lead with that. And you're like, guys, these are some of the smartest people on the planet who are doing some of the coolest work that you could ever imagine. They're playing with math. They're playing with physics. They're doing encryption. I mean, it's amazing stuff. I want them to walk into that room with their head held high. I also would like to really shake off all of the misperceptions about Edward Snowden being a patriot, ridiculous, and to move past that moment to where now we can have an honest conversation about where we do want the boundaries to be in what the intelligence community can collect. It's a much more constructive conversation. Other questions? Yeah, over here and then up here. Oh. For our friends online, I guess, yes.
Pete Kirchhoff, SSP 23, Army officer currently. 10 years on after the 2016 election and the work you did on that commission, what did we get right and what have we failed at over the past 10 years?
So the Russians did try to mess with the election. We got that part right. There's a lot, again, this is a lot of misconceptions about what actually did and did not happen. And the second that the question of what the Russians tried to do in 2016 became a political football, we lost the narrative. What actually happened, that thing that I said about how some men just want to watch the whole world burn, the Russians at the time, they really thought that Hillary was going to win, like everybody else did. And their goal was to try to undermine Americans' faith in democracy itself. It wasn't make this person look good and make this person look bad. It was just make us question ourselves and question our own democracy. In Putin's mind, what that is that he looks better for his fake democracy if he makes our democracy also look fake. So it wasn't about, yay Trump or boo Hillary, although the Russians really did hate Hillary. It was really about what we believe we are capable of as a people and how much we fight with each other. One of my favorite senators used to say all the time, the Russians showed up at the fight at the playground and started yelling, fight, fight, fight. But the question is, were they the first person to start yelling or the fifth person to start yelling? Another metaphor, did they turn on the fire hose in the middle of a hurricane? Yes, they did that too. So we definitely got right that they were attempting to undermine democracy. They're still trying to undermine democracy. We also got right that they were engaging in a massive mis and disinformation campaign against the US. We didn't even understand at the time how big it was. When we started that part of the investigation, it was there's a bunch of junk online, but nobody reads that, right? Turns out. So we did a lot of investigation into that. When you look at the counterintelligence question, which is how we framed any kind of ties between the Trump campaign and the Russians, Russians gonna be Russians. They were attempting to create inroads with a campaign because that's their job. That's what they do. And the Russians have an approach that is much more fluid, let's say, between government and business than we do. We have officials and we have private sector. They have a bunch of people who really want to make Putin happy. And they're going to throw best athlete at whatever they got. So, if this guy isn't resonating with a new contact in the campaign, try this guy or try this guy. And a lot of those people are just attempting to make contact because if they do, they can then go back to the boss and say, hey, boss, guess who I met? Guess what I can do? Does that mean that it was anything out of the norm? No. Was it anything completely untoward? No. Was there any evidence at all that the Trump guys changed what they would be doing because of what the Russians were doing? No. They may not have been influenceable at the time, but they probably aren't now. So it became this, political litmus test. Do you think the Russians tried to affect the election? And if you do, then you hate Trump. That's not at all what the real truth was of the matter. A thing that we need to continue to get right as a country, I know a lot of you in the room are cyber folks, which, yes, keep up the good work. When we started doing the investigation in 2017, basically, we spent a lot of time talking to state and local governments about the fact that they were a target. And we got every kind of response. There were some folks who were eager to listen to us, were like, what do we need to do to get better? There were other folks who were like, us? Why would they come after us? We're nobody. We're the county of whatever and the state of whatever, and we're not a target. They just didn't believe it. There were others who, frankly, were just swimming in hubris and were like, well, if the Russians were coming after my systems, I'd know. So I'm going to give you the phone number for your FBI field office, and I want you to make a call. So we did a lot of work with state and local governments at the time, and they came around. 2018 election, I didn't really sleep. 2020 election, I slept much better, because at that point, the state and local governments had done so much work on the cyber front to try to shore up their systems, to get help from the federal government, to put in place the cyber navigators, to have a direct line back to CISA. CISA was running tabletop exercises on what to do if it looked like some of your systems were compromised, offline backups, backup plans for how to keep the election running, even if something happened the day of. It was just so much more secure from that standpoint anyway in 2020, and then more so in 22, more so in 24. But we can't drop that ball. It's a constant cat-mouse game where you have offense getting more sophisticated and you have defense attempting to catch up, and we need to keep catching up. And state and local governments, man, they don't have a lot of resources. The number of pleas of poverty that I got during those phone calls, and a lot of it's true, but this is something they can't get wrong, and we need to keep encouraging them to get it right. What you really don't want is for people to question the functioning of the election. You can question who won, sure, but don't function the integrity of the election systems. That we have to protect. Yeah. I see in the brown shirt and also in the white shirt, too.
Hello, I'm Alexander Chami. I'm a public policy graduate student and also a student from Sciences Po Paris. So I'd like to know, where do you see the US intelligence community in 10 years from now? What kind of reorganizations to expect, and maybe also what kind of administrative reforms? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah. So I do think that the intelligence work is shifting into the open source realm. I think that in 10 years is a very long time, but I think in 10 years, you're going to have every analyst sitting at their desk with an AI assistant, helping them sort through just massive amounts of incoming and figure out what's important and what's not. I wrote a paper about this, lovingly entitled the Oscar paper a few years ago. But you want basically like Jarvis that Tony Stark has, right? Somebody you can have a conversation with, and they can help you sort through a ton of data at the same time. At the same time, on the operational side, ubiquitous technical surveillance is going to completely change the way that spy work is done. even in DC right now, you can't walk from one side of the city to another without bumping into so many cameras, so many opportunities to identify who you are and what you look like. You apply those AI tools in a very powerful computer to all of that video, you can pretty much track a person's movements around the globe. So if I walk out of here and I have a meeting with somebody who's, spying for their government, and then we go about our separate ways, and then 3 years from now, that government suspects they have a mole, they can track that person's movements back for a decade or more and see who all they met with all over the world, which then helps them map out an intelligence network that I've created. So they're just gonna have to completely think through how to change the way that spy work is done. There's going to be, we're already seeing this big shift towards computer network operations as a way to do offensive and defensive work. I think you're going to see AI play in that space, and it's going to get good at offense before it gets good at defense. So there's going to be a shift towards more online collection before you start to build up the walls and the protective mechanisms as well. And then quantum's going to change everything. So a quantum decryption service can take stuff that was collected 5 years ago and then decrypt it. So maybe it's not a recent secret that you're decrypting, but it's still a secret, and some of those things you really want to protect. So the US government's attempting to move into post-quantum cryptography as soon as humanly possible. It needs to be faster. And the race between us and China on who's going to get to that quantum decrypt capability quicker, it's on, man, and we need to win it. As far as the structure, I grew up in a time in the intelligence community when the DNI was created. There was much more collaboration among all the different agencies of the IC. I think that with some of these AI tools and other tools, you probably are going to need less actual humans doing the work. So maybe you don't need 18 separate intelligence agencies. Maybe you can bring that down a little bit. But there's always going to be a need for smart people to provide insight, to provide indications and warning, to help shape the strategic space for a policymaker, to try to eliminate strategic surprise. That takes a person who has deep expertise and also kind of a sense of curiosity about the world, and you're never going to replace that with a computer. So, it's going to be a partnership between the person and the machine. I think in a good way. I'm cautiously optimistic about the direction this is heading. There was the white shirt, and then we'll come back over here, yeah.
My name is Itai. I'm an incoming SSP student this fall. So I had a question about foreign intelligence sharing that we were talking about a little bit earlier. So like you were mentioning, there's often a really symbiotic relationship between US intelligence and foreign intelligence. Like you were mentioning, it's very useful for joint security ventures. It's also useful economically. But I would also assume that because intelligence is often a very secretive field, everyone has their own interests in mind. It can often be difficult to really fully gauge where your partner is actually at. So in your experience, when you've been working with foreign intelligence agencies, how do you know really who you're working with and where they're at, and how can you actually ensure that you're on the same page?
Mm-hmm. This is where those personal relationships get to be really important. Before you sit down with any liaison partner, you sit down with the people who are in the field with that liaison partner, and you say, what am I dealing with here? And they'll tell you, well, depending on the place you are, these guys, very serious, they know what they're doing, we're really impressed with their work. These guys, those are kind of the Nepo babies, they're there because their dad was so-and-so or whatever, maybe take it with a grain of salt. One thing for those of you who are in the intelligence community or who have been in the intelligence community or might go there, you gotta kind of have a thick skin, because one of the good things about those exchanges is that it's really supposed to poke at your assumptions. You're supposed to question, like, why do you think that? Why do you think that? Why do you think that? And the relationship with a liaison partner can be super beneficial there because, like I said, they look at things from a different angle. So they're gonna say, well, have you considered this as an alternative? And maybe you go, oh, no, I hadn't. Thank you for raising that. Other intelligence services are more or less likely to respond well to that. So you kind of have to know, how are they going to react? If I'm like, well, can you show me your work on that analysis? They're like, no. Do you not trust me? You're like, actually, I don't know, but we'll stay friends. It's all good. It's just like any personal relationship. You got to kind of figure out what the other person on the other side of the table really wants out of this relationship and how you can get there together. It's a good question, though. You need to go in those with your eyes open. I think I have time for one more question. I saw somebody over here. Yes, right. Microphone? Yeah, here we go.
Hi, my name is Ferial. I'm at the last semester here at SSP. Thank you for being here in this room on this very gorgeous day. We talked a lot about trust and how we inside of US can trust IC community, but what is with the rhetoric coming out of Washington and with our adversaries looking or with other nations looking inside? How can IC then make that trust when it comes to gathering intelligence and recruitment? And has that impacted that, like with USAID being a slash and other programs, how does that impact gathering information and intelligence and recruitment?
Right. So I don't know yet whether it's affecting recruitments. When you look at the things that motivate people to do something extraordinarily dangerous, like spy, to sell out their own country, they generally do it for a collection of reasons. Ego, right? They feel like they're underappreciated at work and they want to, feel good about themselves, and your friendly case officer is here to make that happen. Money. That's the classic, right? Like somebody with financial problems, or maybe they really want to send their kid to school in the US, or whatever it is. There's like a financial reason. And then ideology. So ideology is a big one. And in the days of the Cold War, when you had the Soviet Union who was being super oppressive of its people, who was trying to remove any kind of free thought from what was going on inside its borders, when people were disappearing in the dead of night and never being heard from again because they disappeared into a prison, ideology was a huge motivator. People saw the idea of freedom in the West as something that they wanted to support. I was sadly in a conference. Well, I was very happy to be in a conference. It was Switzerland. It was gorgeous. So I was very happy to be at the conference. But this woman came up to me and said, you talked about why we should be pushing back against Chinese influence around the world. Why is the U.S. any different? And I gave her this whole spiel about, well, China wants this, China wants to be extractive, the US wants to collaborate, China wants to, subserviate everybody so their own interests back in Beijing can be served, the US wants to see all boats rising together. And she said, but Trump, does he want that? And I was in this strange position where I'm not a US government official. It is not my job to defend this administration or their policies. I don't agree with a lot of the things that they've done. But as an American, I really want to say yes, there are so many of us who are still eager to see the whole world thrive, because we do believe that when people have freedom of choice and can build their own lives, that we all come out better in the end for it. I don't know whether it's going to affect recruitments or not. I can say that the bulk of this country wants good for the world. And that is the line that I would give to anybody who asks the question out there. All right, well, on that happy note, thank you so much for your time and attention this afternoon. Talking about how democracy functions is one of the most important things that we can be doing right now. And for people like me who have sworn an oath to support and defend the Constitution now, I think 4 times in my life, and hopefully one day I'll do it a 5th, trying to work for democracy, for freedom, for a secure America and a secure world is something that I feel incredibly passionate about. And I really appreciate you all spending the time this afternoon to talk about a minute and to go forth into the world and conquer whatever stands in your way. Thank you.
Ms. Hardin, thank you so much for your time and all your insights on the role of intelligence in democracy, the historical evolution of intelligence and the future of intelligence work, as well as what it really means to be part of the US intelligence community. We really appreciate your time and all your insights, and we also appreciate all your thoughtful questions. So thank you so much for this. And now let's take a 5-minute break. We have some coffee, we have some snacks, so please grab your coffee, grab your snack, and let's reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone, again. Thank you so much for staying with us. Thanks so much for staying with us today. And so now I'm really excited to introduce the second panel of the Kalaris Intelligence Conference. This panel will focus on the role of big data, artificial intelligence, and cyber defense in intelligence operations. Our panelists will address challenges posed by AI, big data, machine learning, and other cybersecurity developments, as well as the potential to adopt these emerging technologies to support the intelligence operations. We will also discuss how AI could augment traditional methods of intelligence collection and covert action, allowing the community to act more efficiently and effectively, while also addressing the unique difficulties in integrating these emerging technologies. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce Beth Dobkin, who will moderate this panel discussion. Beth Dobkin has worked for almost 2 full decades in defense, and she just wrapped up 3 years as the senior advisor to the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, where she championed and guided policy, issues, and programs spanning from basic research through prototyping and experimentation. Previously, Ms. Dobkin was a professional staff member on the House Armed Services Committee and the Majorities Lead for the Science and Technology and Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction portfolios. Before the Hill, she was a senior analyst in the Office of the Secretary of Defense, Cost Assessment, and Program Evaluation. She led the Defense Innovation Board's 2018 congressionally mandated software acquisition and practices study for the Undersecretary of Acquisition and Sustainment, and she was also the program manager for the Cost Assessment Data Enterprise. So now please join me in welcoming Beth Dobkin and our esteemed panelists to the stage.
Right. Well, thank you, Mariam, and hello, Georgetown. Thank you for inviting us to be here with you today. As Mariam said, my name is Beth Dobkin, and I'm honored to be moderating this discussion today with you and our great panelists. We promise to provide at least 15 minutes of Q&A, so please start now thinking about your interesting questions. So with us today, we have the following panelists. Ms. Melancy Harris was most recently the acting Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security and served the full 4 years of the previous Biden administration. Before serving in the last administration, she spent 15 years in the US government's intelligence community, working in offices like the National Counterterrorism Center, the White House's National Security Staff, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Dr. Welton Chang is the co-founder and CEO of Pyra Technologies, an AI-powered social media intelligence company that protects your people, assets, and brand from disinformation, physical violence, and hate speech. He was previously the CTO of Human Rights First and worked at Johns Hopkins University's Applied Physics Laboratory. Mr. Bishop Garrison is Vice President for Policy at the Intelligence and National Security Alliance, a nonprofit dedicated to addressing challenges and facilitating discourse on the role and value of intelligence for national security. He served in the Biden administration as a senior advisor to the Secretary of Defense for Human Capital and Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and teaches at both Georgetown School of Foreign Service and George Mason's Law School. Mr. Vivek Chilakuri is the director of the Technology and National Security Program at the Center for a New American Security think tank. He served on the Hill as the senior personnel staff member, for Senator Bennett, and as a policy advisor for the Undersecretary of State for Civilian Security, Democracy, and Human Rights. All right. I'm just going to get this started. We're going to jump right into it, just like they did in this morning. But I'm going to start out with Melancy. Melancy, with emerging technologies such as big data, artificial intelligence, and cyber defense and offense, how is the intelligence community evolving to cope with the challenges and opportunities that could disrupt traditional methods of intelligence collection and covert action? And what trends are you seeing?
So I think we've seen the IC take a structured approach to thinking about this in kind of 2 bins of work. The first is, what does the IC need to understand about these tools and technologies? This has driven a focus on more technology conversant analysts, recruiting talent from more technical fields, and ensuring that the ongoing analytic work is considering the ways in which these technologies are being employed worldwide when they're considering their projects. The second is how they can augment the intelligence mission. I think we've seen over the last probably 5 to 6 years some big structural changes, chief AI officers, AI policy shops, data officers, that are really exploring a pretty sophisticated conversation around how these technologies can augment existing analytic and operational workflows. I think we're seeing that across the government, but in the IC, I think it's a particular challenge given some of the technologies and the classification limitations. In the near term, I think the trend I see is that the greatest potential is allowing the IC to operate more effectively and efficiently in today's information environment. I think all of us are seeing that these tools are helpful for helping us deal with the information deluge in our day-to-day lives. I think the same is in the IC. There's some near-term wins that can be banked on just helping analysts and operators do their job more effectively and efficiently. And I think the help with data triage and process optimization feel long overdue and really exciting at this point in time.
Great. Does anyone else want to jump in there? We can open it up as well.
Perfect answer.
All right, perfect.
Perfect.
All right, Welton, we'll move to you. In a world in which software and artificial intelligence is evolving to be able to create agentic or autonomously directed workflows, how do you see this affecting the intelligence community? And will human oversight continue to remain crucial?
I think for those folks who were here for Emily Harding's keynote, she painted a picture of what the IC might look like 10 years from now, where analysts are working with AI assistants. I'm going to take it a step forward and say that that should be a reality very soon, not 10 years from now. And in fact, what we probably should be considering is a future where a single analyst is actually managing a fleet of AI agents that are doing things like conducting triage, summarization, right? These are solved problems that LLMs can already do. And in a lot of ways, if the IC is not currently already employing those technologies, they're a little bit behind the curve. Even large companies, Goldman Sachs, for example, JP Morgan, these highly regulated banks, they've been able to integrate generative AI technologies into their own tech stacks. And if that's the case, there's really no excuse in my mind for the IC to be a laggard in adopting this technology. Lansing talked about recruitment and getting more technical folks, right? This is on the student population and how you all are engaging with AI or being perhaps discouraged from engaging with it. I would encourage you to understand what fully the capabilities are. Because my sense is in the next 6 months, we're going to be talking about Operator, which is a product that's coming out of OpenAI, just as an example of an agentic, essentially standalone autonomous tool that's out there acting on your behalf. And if that's already a consumer-facing technology that the frontier AI companies are allowing folks to have access to, just have to imagine what they've got kind of waiting in the wings a year from now, 2 years from now. My sense is workflows are not, they're going to look very different from what you're engaging with today. So,
I would add to that too before we come to my question. Thunderforge is another great example. The recently announced contract with DIU that Scale AI is going to be leading. First, you see a major effort like this. It's a platform for the future of digital wargaming, letting combatant commanders understand what resources they have out on the battlefield and providing those commanders with a series of options and courses of action that are going to allow them to make real-time decisions very quickly. And I think to Welton's point and to Melancy's points, that the future of the workforce is going to depend on the human-machine teaming moving forward for a lot of these different types of platforms and tools out there. still a perfect answer as well.
Excellent
And.
answers. I think I would just chime in that I think that we will see this as an area where I think the IC will take a little bit of a two-speed approach. I think we see immediate applications for translation, data triage, summarization, some of the things that have been mentioned here. But I think I always go back to my analyst roots. I started as an all-source intel analyst, and you have to be able to audit analysis. You have to be able to understand how information was considered and how conclusions were reached. And that's very hard to do with some of these technologies and workflows. And so I do think you'll see the IC taking some time to figure out exactly how to make the analyst-machine partnership work, and then kind of maintain that kind of auditability for analytic standards and other things, where I think we're going to want to really understand how things were weighted and measured and considered, even if you can make it faster.
Perfect. All right, Bishop, how should the intelligence community and Department of Defense be thinking about the business aspect of harnessing the capabilities these technologies offer?
Yeah, as I sit next to a young entrepreneur here in Welton, he can appreciate that more than anything, clear, concise guidance and some level of predictability need to be a part of the system, baked into it. Now, and when I say that is because when we talk about the traditional notions of how defense acquisition and IC acquisition have gone, they, particularly on the defense side, it was really designed and built for very large-scale, long-term programs. When you talk about shipbuilding, when you talk about planes, when you talk about the ideas of what actually how we actually shifted from Department of War to Department of Defense post World War II and really looked at, well, how do you build and maintain this military? That's the type of programs that these acquisition processes were really designed for. Fast forward decades upon decades, and we see that we are still trapped in some of these ideas of traditional notions of defense. Now, the Army has, and I would say the Department of Defense in total, has recognized it, particularly in recent years. Ash Carter, God rest him, was one of, I think, the best minds when it came to being more technocratic in terms of a leader of the department and understanding the future of innovation and where the department needed to go. That's how we got to DIU-X at the time, now DIU. That's how you got Ensign, National Security Innovation Network. And a lot of these ideas of looking for opportunities for young, bright minds, regardless of your backgrounds, to come forward and really think through a lot of innovative solutions that can move at the speed of operations that we're seeing now. And those operations are more heavily aligned with cybersecurity and threats posed by adversaries looking to attack our networks, looking to attack our critical infrastructure. So today, businesses are trying to see, well, what other types of avenues exist when you talk about the acquisition lifecycle, OTAs, when you talk about SBIRs, when you talk about all of these various types of grants, and like I mentioned with Thunder Forge, that came from DIU. That's something new. There are opportunities for us to really make some headway, but the department and the IC and the government overall have to be clear with their messaging and their approaches right now. DC is going through a time of dynamic environment, let's say. I'm trying to be as diplomatic as possible. And that is going to have an effect, hopefully not a chilling effect, but an effect on the way businesses work. We've already seen businesses having contracts move back. We see them kind of hitting pause on a lot of their efforts, and that creates instability in the sense that they can't properly plan out. They can't go and look in the workforce for those types of skill sets they know that they're going to need in the future. They can't properly plan for the projects that they have coming up if they don't know for certain that they're going to be able to establish those awards. And then finally, on top of all of this, we're continuing to see deficits in terms of the cleared population, in terms of people with proper clearances that will have the ability to work on a lot of these projects. And as we cut back on the workforce, that is having a chilling effect on whether or not young minds, young bright people like you want to go serve in the government. And that's going to have an effect on us, maybe not a year from now, but definitely 5 and 10 years down the road when we're engaged in these types of long-term projects. So we've got to have better public-private partnerships, more communication with industry to let them know clearly what the expectations are and how they can help government continue to close a lot of these gaps.
Excellent. Anyone else? Yeah, go ahead.
Just to build on Bishop's excellent points. One of the toughest things that we've had to do as a company is to figure out who are we going to sell our product to. And initially we thought, oh, we're going to have this great B2G sales motion, business to government. And if we had banked on that as a core source of our revenue, we wouldn't be here today as a company. And that's just the reality of dealing with government contracts, with the different kinds of certifications that you have to go through, different portals and everything else to make sure that things are entered in properly. And so if that is a bottleneck in terms of getting the best technology into the government, I think that's a really problematic thing. And there are reforms that have happened. We've talked about DIU and Ensign, these other programs. Take it from an entrepreneur. Right? We want to help the government. We want to sell our products to the government when it's appropriate. Let's make it easier for that to happen.
Yeah, one of the funny things is the person that's currently the director of the Office of Strategic Capital inside of the building, he actually was in the Air Force, and Air Force sent him to Stanford to get his PhD in economics. His thesis at Stanford was actually studying companies working with the government, and the companies that like small companies that were building their path forward, if they decided that they were going to build their path forward working with the government, they did much worse than the companies that built their path forward working completely in the commercial world, right? Yeah. So, I mean, that just tells you a lot, and I think the government has been doing a lot of good things. That same person came back into the Air Force and was in AFWorks, the Air Force's kind of ex-organization, kind of like DIU, and they built the Air Force StratFi program, which is the strategic financing program to kind of bring private capital and matching into it, because they're trying to see ways that we can actually be better buyers in the department. I obviously was in the Department of Defense and still use the word we, which is embarrassing, so I'm going to work on that. The Department of Defense can be a better buyer. Sorry, go ahead.
Just add one?
Yeah, please.
Look, Amazon, Apple, these companies, they were startups at one point, right? And they're a source of national power. So, in reality, it's everyone working together to do the right thing and to, forward our national values. And so we have to incubate those things that are actually going to make us, strong in the future, right?
And can I jump on that point real quick?
Please.
So, first of all, thanks for having me. I completely agree, but as hard as it is for you and as painful as it is for you, which it should not be that hard for any tech startups that are trying to work for the government, it is much, much harder for companies that are doing deep tech where there's no clear government demand signal. At least with cyber and AI and the intersection of cyber and AI, there's some confidence that if you can figure it out, there's going to be some demand for you if you can deal with the procurement and all the other maddening procedures and 700 programs across 70 different offices, each with their own requirements and NOFOs. But there are several other really important emerging technologies that are dual use for the country that actually, not to hijack our conference, but have nothing to do with AI or cyber, but if you mentioned biotechnology, quantum sensing, a lot of other quantum applications, the commercial applications for this are potential, but they're not immediate, and it requires patient capital, long-term investments, usually public investments that have a little bit higher risk tolerance, and a clear public signal that if you figure it out and can move up the TRL readiness level, there's going to be a customer on the back end that's also not going to make it so painful for you once you've already gone through the valley of death to actually consummate a deal with the federal government in a way that's scalable. So we have a bigger problem, I think, as a government and a national security enterprise in terms of looking around the corner and identifying the technologies that are going to have dual use or even just purely national security applications, investing them early, being okay with getting some things wrong. I mean, DARPA is very good at this, but there's way more we could be doing as a government, not just in DoD here, and then actually seeing them through the end, and then making sure they have a pathway not just to be seeded, but to be integrated and scaled with a consumer at the end. Sorry, I just had to make that.
I want to say a lot more, but I'm going to wait.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, I hit the nail on the head. I think strategic investment and being able to One, being better at prototyping. That's a part of it too. But first, identifying the gap, the issue that they need a solution to, agreeing on it across the interagency, because you go and say, hey, I need a new rifle, and the Navy says, well, I need one that can fire underwater. And the Air Force says, I need one that can fire at 10,000 feet. And they go, oh, I guess we all need 3 different rifles. And it's like, no, that's not the way that this works. So being able culturally to have some of these difficult conversations within the IC and within the department to agree on what the requirements are, like just get to the requirements process point so they can start building out solutions. And then that gives these small businesses who don't have a ton of capital to begin with in order to build out their own solutions a better understanding of what's needed so you can move these types of technologies forward quickly. So that's an and. I was agreeing.
Right.
Someone's going to yell at me that I turned this into an acquisition discussion.
Every discussion.
Apologies. All right. All right, Vivek. How do you see the evolution of these technologies influencing global geopolitics and the security landscape in the next decade?
Wow, okay, that's a small question. Well, one thing I was gonna maybe bring up is, just to pick up on an earlier point and answer your question also, I think there's a lot of ways you can answer this, and I don't want to filibuster. I used to work in the Senate, so that's a risk that you have to just live with. But when we think about AI and what it means for the IC, and what it means not just for our intelligence community, but for intelligence communities around the world, I'm sure Emily and Delancey and others have talked about the operational opportunities, and I don't need to belabor that point. But one thing I think it's worth hammering on, and hope maybe Emily already said this, but it's not just how the IC works on a day-to-day level. Okay, you can use AI to immediately transcribe and summarize and translate in real time, in almost real time conversations around the world in a way that you never could before. Before we have a proliferation of digital information, an expansion of tools that are able to collect digital information, but we've had a human bottleneck in terms of our ability to do something with it. That bottleneck is going to not disappear, but it's going to broaden significantly, and because of these AI tools. So the capabilities there are considerable, but not just how. What I'm trying to say is it's not just how AI will change the way the IC works on a day-to-day level, but the substantive kinds of work that it will need to do as a result of living in a world where AI has become a national security asset. So if you accept the premise, which I have, that American leadership in AI, or from China's perspective, their leadership in AI, is a national security imperative, it changes the kind of work that the IC needs to do. It's not just using AI, it's paying attention to threats to AI. Threats to AI mostly that is being led in the private sector. So what do we mean? We mean the more capable that AI models become, and they're becoming much more capable very quickly, the greater the incentive that our adversaries have to either steal it or sabotage it. And what does that look like? That means affecting our ability to fabricate the leading edge chips in the United States or in Taiwan, for example. It's stealing our model weights. It's stealing our source code. It's new kinds of cyber attacks like prompt injections that are not something that the IC is certainly tracking, but it's not something that we have decades of experience paying attention to. So it's new kinds of problems that we need to track. So state threats to private companies and AI models and their AI leadership, which would become national security assets, I would argue. But it's also just being able to track AI trends generally, right? Because this is not the Manhattan Project where a bunch of scientists in the desert paid for or hired by the government, working with the government in secret, were coming up with, transformative national security technologies. These are private companies working on their own for their own incentives, sometimes with visibility from the government, sometimes not. None of it required, all of it voluntary. None of it codified in any sort of serious framework. The National Security Agency, I believe, has an AI security center, which is a great development. It's only a couple years old. But again, this is all voluntary cooperation. So states around the world, including the United States, are going to have to change what they're paying attention to at the frontier of AI models, because the capabilities are changing so quickly. I mean, you mentioned cyber, and maybe I'll stop and we can talk about cyber later. But it's important to remember that some of the biggest progress in the AI models has come in their ability to code, right? Which obviously has huge cybersecurity implications for defense and offense. But it's also important to note that it wasn't like they designed these models to be better to code. These are general purpose models. They threw more chips and computing power at it on the assumption, based on the trajectory of AI models, that the more you do that, the more powerful they get. And then they just happen to be way better at coding, which is kind of impressive and also kind of unsettling in a sense. And I think the point there is the IC and governments around the world, not just the IC, are going to have to pay much more attention to what is happening at the frontier than they have historically, because there will be emerging capabilities that'll be good and have broad positive benefits to society and science and the economy. Then also going to be emerging risks that come from these capabilities. And if the IC doesn't understand it, it's not going to know what dangers to look for. Is that kind of an answer to your question? Okay.
Yeah, if I could add too, there's another level of complexity to this. Is sitting here listening to all of the fantastic points. The dual use aspect of this, and the fact that we are more geopolitically connected at this moment, and you have a lot of global companies that want to go do business in some of these other areas that may not always be in the best interest of the United States government. So, and you get export restrictions, and you begin to have some of these discussions about, well, how, should a company A be allowed to sell more of their AI chips that are very nuanced within the industry to a company that it may utilize to then build tools that come after, used against the United States. So just adding that there's a lot of complexity here that we as a government are going to have to continue to navigate and find the best way forward if we want these companies to be able to make and innovate the best products here in the United States, and understanding that we're in a global community. What does that ultimately look like?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, I will temper everything that's been said with there's some logical contradictions that arise when you think about two core things. One is, do we want America to be in control of the most powerful AI in the world? And whether that's, when I say America, I mean an American company perhaps, an OpenAI, Anthropic, Gemini from Google, DeepMind, whatever it is that comes out ahead. Do we want America to be in charge of that, or do we want China to be in charge of that? So that's the first kind of question I'll throw out there, right? If you want America to be in charge of it, you say, full steam ahead, we should pour all resources we can to building that AI future. Okay. Now you think about, wait a minute, is AI a constructive or destructive technology? Is it going to replace all of us and make it, I don't have a job anymore, I should just have an agent running on my phone who responds to all my emails now, which actually wouldn't be too bad for me. That causes you to think about taking a pause in development and saying, maybe we don't want that to be the future, right? So all I'm suggesting is, and there's lots of students in the room, this is kind of more of a kind of professorial question, I guess, right? If those are in logical contradiction with one another, what is the future that we want as a democratic society and as citizens in the world as well? So I'll throw that out there.
I would circle back to Vivek's comment, though. I think that the IC's job is to help us understand in an informed way how to make those choices along the way. I think we see a focus in the IC on technologically conversant professionals across all of the job functions. I think that's going to have to be integrated with the kind of global trends analysis that we have relied upon. I think we have some of the really helpful ways to think about a public-private partnership using cybersecurity as the model. I think NSA has done some really good work with a really nuanced and fully informed conversations with the private sector. I think the AI Security Center is a good first step in trying to figure out how to have that conversation real time. I think unlike some of the other technological developments or these like inflection points in history, this is not one that's gonna happen and then we're gonna know what we wanna do about it. We're gonna have to revisit those assumptions along the way, which I think requires informed analysis by the IC of what we're seeing in the globe, and then kind of a series of policy conversations about where does the United States want to be in that world. But you can't make that decision and then just charge out. The technology is changing, the innovations are coming faster than we've seen at any other point in time. And so you're really going to need to make sure that you have all the parts of the government prepared to move at that speed to help our policymakers make the right calls as we decide.
And just to add another point on the geopolitics, I feel like I maybe dodged your question a little bit, but look, I mean, you're exactly right that it's important to understand that there are also massive competitive deployment pressures right now that are happening both between the companies in the United States. Let's be clear, all the leading AI companies are American, right? And we should want America and its allies to lead in AI. That should, in my view, that's like an unequivocal goal that we should have as a country for a variety of reasons that I'm happy to talk about. But however, between the companies, they're trying to achieve first mover advantage in markets, both here and abroad. So even though they understand and they're warning us, even as they put out the models, that there are risks to the models, to get them out as soon as possible. And then, of course, that's happening between the companies, and then it's happening across countries. And so if you put all of that together, it does create risks that you're going to be putting out. You know, if models are getting better and you're trying to get them out as fast as you can, some things are going to get weird in the next couple of years. And the problem is that this is also converging at a moment when the United States is picking fights with a lot of our friends and allies. And so if we do care, which we should, about not only leading in AI in terms of having the most powerful, capable models, but models that are safe and responsible and reliable and that we can generally understand and interrogate, which we are a long way from that, which is a challenge for the IC, which we can get back to. You know, that will require cooperation among democracies to make sure that we're deploying and developing this stuff consistent with our values and setting an example to the world, including not just democracies around the world, but countries that are sort of tilting one way or another, that you can use this technology effectively and responsibly. Because I can assure you that China is going to go around and say, oh, you want a smart city for the mayor of Jakarta or the mayor of Nairobi, and it's going to reduce your traffic and your crime and digitize all your government services, and they'll provide a solution for that. It may not be as good, but it'll be faster, and someday it may be just as good. And so I guess my point is that there are warning signs here in terms of our fissures with allies when it comes to AI cooperation. And the US government and our other friends and partners are going to have to strike a balance between making sure we're not strangling AI development and ceding our leadership technologically without racing irresponsibly, and then not only short-circuiting the public support that's required for AI innovation, but causing actual potential harm.
Yeah, I think digital belts and roads is kind of the idea.
Yeah, the digital Silk Road.
Yeah,
10 years ago it launched.
Where China is going to take every advantage it can to find inroads in a lot of those countries and have its influence. And if it's providing DeepSeek to everyone, showing them that they can do more with less in terms of computing power, they're gonna do that. And I think lastly, and then we can get back to the questions because I know
this is perfect.
I always my wife and I always joke about it, but Ian Malcolm, if you're familiar with that character, the doctor from Jurassic Park, always talked about the chaos and the idea that the capability, you should have been asking more should than could. Can you build it? Yeah, I bet you can if you get out there and try. Should you do it? Well, that's a stronger question that needs to have more time behind it and really have a deep conversation. I think that's the level that we're getting to here, is we're building out more powerful AI models as we're looking towards the future of robotics and the potential of lethal autonomous weapon systems laws and a lot of these other questions. Like, yes, we can get ahead and keep pushing towards this faster capability getting out of the door, but should you do it? And we saw that with a lot of the hallucinations with Gemini whenever it first got pushed out, because surprisingly, Google had actually waited a bit and decided not to launch it because they didn't think it was ready. Then OpenAI comes to market and they go, oh, well, we got to get out of the door too. And that's how this continues to have a snowball effect.
All right, well, I think we're jumping fully into the ethical questions now.
Yeah.
So perfect. All right, so this goes to everyone. Feel free to jump in. What issues do you see with the ethical implications of using current technology today, and what do you foresee becoming more problematic as this technology advances quickly?
I'm happy to jump in.
Go for it.
Okay, you're talking about, I mean, in the IC, or just if we talk about it generally, we have a whole other conference about the ethical implications of AI. But within the, I mean, look, in the age of AI, data becomes even more valuable. It was already valuable, it becomes even more valuable. Big data in particular. what that means is it creates a greater incentive for governments and companies to collect that data and store that data. And so governments are going to have to resist the pressure to amass data on their own citizens or on foreign citizens that they may not know that they may want because they think it could be useful in the future without necessarily having a clear rationale for it now. So that's one thing. I mean, I think there's also, look, the IC is also going to have to make sure that the AI models that it's building and using haven't scooped up data on U.S. citizens because there are legal issues with that, for some of the agencies in particular. Because some of these models are obviously, as people know, not scraped, but they scrape the entire internet essentially. And how do you make sure that we're not querying a model that has been trained on Americans' data? That's a tricky problem. I mean, there's all kinds of other things here. I think it's not really an ethical issue, but it's something that the IC is going to have to pay attention to, which is, at least with LLMs, they basically work, it's next token prediction. So if you think about the distribution of all possible answers, if I say, if I give it a picture of a bird and say, what is this? It's mostly, it's going to tell you what the middle of the distribution is, which is this is a bird. And my point is that with the intelligence community, you don't always want to just defer to what the median answer is, right? And so if you're querying a model and it's just spitting back the median most likely answer over and over again, that's fine in some cases, right? But it requires training and a lot of internal capacity building across the IC to be curious about what the tails of that distribution look like, because a lot of the most interesting and useful stuff is not what is most likely necessarily, but maybe what's unconventional or surprising.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add, I kind of already alluded to a couple of these things, but autonomous systems is always going to continue to be a challenge as we see the Replicator Initiative and others that are just, we're going to see more and more drones on the battlefield. You just are. So what type of algorithms are powering them? How are they being used? Having processes, checks and balances in place to ensure that they're being properly leveraged in the right environments. Another one, and Vic already kind of hit on this too, is a proper process of checks when it comes to data. Section 702 is incredibly important for the IC. It's a tool that they've continued to state that they need in order to be successful in carrying out this mission. And now we have more data than we've ever had before, and we have the tools necessary to comb through a lot of this data. So making sure whenever you get proper hits against US citizens that is being funneled to the proper legal authorities versus trying to do any particular follow-ups on their own. I mean, for me, those are the two bigger ones.
Yeah, I think there's a key question of what parts of the intelligence process, both on the analytics side and on the operational side, should perhaps remain solely human or at least human in the loop. And if we're not already grappling with these questions, in a real way, it's going to come to a head, especially with autonomous agents, right? I mean, LAWS. That's a really nice acronym for killer robots.
I did not come up with it, but
I like that. It's a good one.
You can use it. Go for
it. It's there are talking about competitive pressures. There's also competitive pressures on the battlefield, right? And there's probably competitive pressures in the Oval Office, but is it smart to have basically high-side Claude on a principal's phone, and instead of going and briefing that person in the morning or every day, they just go and what's the latest happenings in China? ? And get the answer back, right? These are things that I don't think there are easy answers to, and they could change over time, right, as technology evolves. But have to grapple with it because that's the reality. Can't hide your head in the sand. I know some agencies are probably trying to do that. Don't. It's a losing battle.
I think this is where that two-speed approach will come in, though. I think we are also seeing a growth of safe experimentation spaces where it doesn't affect the day-to-day mission, but we are trying to figure out how to integrate some of these technologies into intelligence workflows in a safe and reliable way so the risks can be considered. I think that is where some of the the hardest questions that have been surfaced in your comments, I think will need to be worked through. I think there is a significant amount of legal work that will need to be done. I mean, this question of U.S. person data, what models are trained against, that will power many a lawyer's group for, I think, years to come. And so for those of you looking at areas to focus on in the future. But I do think what you do see is that two-speed approach is allowing for grappling with some of that and putting some of these larger questions on a shelf. I do think the human in the loop, the lessons from human-machine teaming, those are the types of places where I think the IC is going to be able to develop some guardrails on what kind of stays within existing tradecraft, hews to ethical responsibility, and is auditable from a what do we know, how do we get here point of view. And I think that is what we're going to have to really push to see continued innovation on as the technologies evolve.
One alibi that I just thought of too, the issue of the foreign nexus. One thing that, and we've already seen this with cyber tools too, and I think AI just makes the AI tools just makes the situation even worse, is that more adversaries are able to spoof their locations, and they're getting to a point where they're purposefully at times, because of what we've talked about in terms of the legal concerns, spoofing them as though they're in the United States. And that really creates an issue for the foreign nexus, meaning that from a policy or regulatory perspective, the IC cannot get involved unless it is clear that a clear indication that there's some type of direct foreign activity or foreign actor that is a part of it. So that's where you get your Title 50 versus Title 10 for the military versus Title 18. For federal authorities. So the more that you see these types of tools become more prevalent and more complex in their ability to mask locations, to mask actors, the harder the job of the analyst, the job of the IC in total is going to become. So it's something else that we're going to continue to have to revisit as time progresses.
Emily discussed a little bit about the open source and how that was so easy. Can you talk a little bit about how data privacy should be considered with this open source and how the intelligence community might be using open source and other things like that?
I can take that. It just so happens I had some conversations here recently. We do a group of virtual conversations called Coffee and Conversation in INSA, and one of them recently has been on open source intelligence, and particularly speaking with the state officials from State Department, from DIA Mars initiative, and from the CIA, from their open source enterprise, is just understanding, look, like open source intelligence, it's not going away anytime soon. One of the bigger questions is whether or not they should look to more professionalize the overall culture of how we look at open source information, and better understand, well, what are the top sources, what are the top platforms that we need to bring in to ingest this information, and then how do you need to look at moving it from between high side and low side back and forth, and looking at those technologies as well. So it's a lot of complexity to it, but we now live in a world where back as far as 2010, President Obama said that he learned about something for the first time waking up and looking at Twitter before his team could brief him. And 2010 was quite a while ago now that I say it out loud, my God. So. So it behooves us to look at opportunities within the IC that provide clear guidelines on how it's going to be used, that lifts, I would argue, it lifts the status of open source and sees it as an additional tool in the toolbox versus something that is typically unclassified and outside of the normal parameters of what the IC might use day to day. But from my experiences and speaking to a lot of the practitioners, they're looking at every opportunity they can to better ingest and integrate this information into their analysis and day-to-day operations.
All right, how about norms? What discussions still need to be had about ethical norms today, especially for the students out here writing theses and other things like that? What should they be thinking about?
Data privacy, always start with questions of privacy. How is this going to impact the individual? How is it going to impact society overall? We have a continuing issue with the erosion of trust with institutions, and particularly with the IC. We know we need more transparency whenever those opportunities present themselves. So I think an ongoing ethical concern for us is how we leverage these types of tools and technologies and how we are informing the society that oversees us on the use of those tools and technologies as well.
I think there's also the question of when are we comfortable with autonomous operations and when are we not? What kinds of workflows, what kinds of data do not need a human in the loop? Because we know that you can do it. The question is, should we, to the earlier question. And I think when you get to the data privacy considerations, you get to some of the day-to-day business of the US government, those are places where you want to know that your data, your information, sensitive classified information, for example, is all being handled correctly and you understand what's going on. And I think that's going to be a continuing conversation.
And just to underscore one of those points, I mean, there's a direct relationship in my mind between explainability, which is a term essentially that means can we look under the hood and understand what the why the AI model is producing the answer that it's produced, and trust, especially in a democratic society. If you're, I mean, even outside of the IC's context, let's say that we were living in a world where job applications to the federal government or sentences in a court or benefits for health care or for social support were being determined by an algorithm and someone wanted to appeal it and say this decision is unjust, and they said, well, we checked the model, and how did the model come up with that answer? Well, we can't explain it, it's a black box. That's not going to work, right? I mean, it can work, but it raises really tricky questions for a free society that believes in accountability and transparency and being able to litigate these things where people have due process. And so I think there's a ton of, and like, that's not a concern that other societies necessarily have, right? And so as a result, they're going to be able to run faster in some of these applications, for better or worse. And I'm not saying we should not care about that stuff anymore. I think it just means that free societies have an immediate research and technical problem that they're going to have to overcome to truly unlock the benefits of AI, and especially in the public sector. And I think a related point is also, making use of the data that we have, right? The United States this is a structural disadvantage, especially when we think about the intersection of AI and biotechnology and biodata. This is a structural disadvantage that the United States has because we have a ton of biodata, all the medical health records, everything that NSF and NIH and HHS have, but for good reason, the government can't just do whatever the hell it wants with it. We have, HIPAA, we don't really have a national privacy law, which is a whole other issue, but there are some rules against what companies and the government can do with personal data. That doesn't exist in the PRC, that doesn't exist in some other countries, and they're going to be able to combine the data that they have amassed legally and illegally with AI and derive insights and applications that will give them an advantage. And so I bring that up not to freak everybody out, but to raise another technical problem that people probably in this room and in the next few years are going to need to solve, which is we need to figure out how to scale privacy enhancing and privacy preserving technologies at scale that are cost effective. So that means we can take the data that we have, anonymize it or de-identify it in a way that's cost effective, and actually derive some insights from it without compromising people's privacy and civil liberties. That feels, it's easy to say that, it's hard to do it, but that's going to be another challenge for democracies in this AI competition.
I'll throw something in on norms around collection operations and what we're willing to tolerate as far as maybe false positives and things like that. So just think about this situation, right? Your LinkedIn profile. Lots of people are looking at it. Probably foreign intelligence services are looking at it. They can deploy, maybe 6 months down the line, a year down the line, a very capable agent that is looking at all those profiles and basically doing the first couple of parts of collection operations cycle, right? Spotting and assessing. Does this person have access to information that I want? And can I recruit them, right? Now you're doing it at scale with something that doesn't sleep ever, right? It's just running all the time. It's going through every LinkedIn profile, trying to find somebody who has the information they're looking for that fits their intelligence requirements, collection requirements. Are we okay with that as being a major way for CIA clandestine case officers to do their work? And occasionally running into an American profile and the agentic AI is just doing its thing and makes a mistake, right? How are we reporting that? What are the rules and norms around that? That's not a 5 years down the line problem, 10 years down the line problem. It's a now problem, right? And we have to grapple with it both as civilians who ultimately the IC answers to, right? And also just thinking about, again, the national power conversation. Do we want to be the best in the world at this? If we do, then is it gloves off? Or are there some areas where we're not willing to essentially say, hey, we just will never go there?
Let me court some controversy here and take that maybe up another level. But so it's not just, let's talk about disinformation. Because it's not just our IC or other intelligence communities looking at us or us looking at them. It's potentially us looking at ourselves, monitoring for foreign disinformation. Because if you aren't clear as a government about what constitutes foreign disinformation, and you are not just looking at LinkedIn profiles as, it wouldn't necessarily be the IC for legal reasons, but it might be other domestic agencies like Homeland Security or DOJ or someone else, or the State Department, for instance, who's concerned that people's social media activity, if they're saying the wrong things about U.S. foreign policy, can all of a sudden be triggered and be grounds for removal in the United States. That's where you get into some really tricky, and I would say, area we do not want to go into as a free country. So I think what we have to just be careful about is, how do you distinguish between what is foreign disinformation versus something that someone is just saying in this country that might actually align in some strange way with a particular interest in another country, but that's just, in some ways, the price of a free society.
What are some gaps in kind of statute or policy or regulation that need to be closed? You mentioned earlier there's no national privacy law. We've talked about Section 702. We've talked about some other things like that, and you might want to tell people what 702 is and that kind of thing. But what are the gaps out there today that you think might need to be closed, either for Congress in a statutory way or inside the executive branch for policy?
Well, I mean, 702 is the first big one that if it's not, it needs to be permanently passed, I think. Or
what is 702?
Okay, I'm sorry. From FISA, from Foreign Surveillance Act. 702 is a section that allows the IC to capture communications of foreign nationals that are engaged in communications with others potentially about taking some type of potential action against U.S. interests. Now, as a part of that collection, if a U.S. citizen is engaged in those conversations, legally that can also be collected, but the IC needs to move that information and data to the appropriate U.S. authorities, meaning federal law enforcement, and meaning typically the FBI. Now, it has been abused. Arguably been abused in the past, and not widespread, but you did have some individual actors at times that took the breadth and depth of 702 a bit wider than the expectation or even arguably the authorities allow. So there have been on both sides of the aisle some conversations about how we move forward with 702 and what it really means for U.S. citizen privacy. The IC, and I continue to support this personally very much, says that 702 is a necessary tool in the toolbox. It's been important for the interdiction of many activities, to include the 2009 attempted bombing of the New York subway system, as well as a few others that I can't name all of them right off the top of my head. But that one tends to be the one that sticks out the most, just understanding the amount of damage, of just chaos and just death that type of attack could have caused. But because we were capturing the information in a very timely manner, we were able to stop it. So that's one gap. I'd have to think of some others.
Can I expand a little bit on the 702? I think the gap with 702, so last year the authority was reauthorized in a limited capacity after a number of significant reforms have been made and a number of impressive efforts across the agencies involved to create more auditability, to understand what queries are being run, a number of things that I think addressed some of the early criticisms of the authority. I think what is missing is how do we think about all of that information in the time of these technologies and how you may or may not apply them against that very sensitive body of information where we are looking at the individual query level, whether or not it was lawful and allowed. And that's the type of thing that I think exists inside of our legal framework that is really going to take some time to figure out how you can use these technologies and maintain some of the privacy protections we have built into the democracy over time. I also think that there will be questions around how we think about the integration of that information with other pieces of information, right? Part of the beauty of these technologies is that you're supposed to be able to benefit from the technology helping you go through a huge body of information. But we have, to Vivek's point, kind of segmented it out based on different privacy regimes, based on different legal authorities. And so it makes it very hard for you to realize any kind of aggregate use of some of these technologies without having to go through very, very weedy consideration of if that's even possible.
Yeah, and it goes back to the trust issue because from a legislative perspective, even though those reforms have been put in place, not only in the IC, but with the FBI as well, because some of the queries that brought up some of the concerns were actually from the FBI side. But the trust has, rightly or wrongfully, for whatever reasons, been eroded around how these agencies, how the government may be able to leverage and utilize some of the key aspects of a law like 702. So it goes back to, I think, something that all of us hit on is rebuilding that trust in institutions and knowing that the government is going to use these authorities to keep Americans safe and to support its ongoing operations and not to go after Americans wrongfully, which we have not seen in any type of expanded setting or full setting.
I would also, to circle back to not making everything an acquisition conversation, I do actually think that we probably need to think about how we acquire and integrate these technologies across the government, because the piecemeal approach of, to your example about a rifle, right, doesn't work here, and it doesn't create interoperability in the US government. That is a problem that extends well beyond these particular emerging technologies and how we integrate them, but that is, I think, a place where we're gonna have to figure out what that acquisition model looks like and what the interoperability requirements across the US government are, so that we don't end up with differences inside the IC or across the national security landscape where you can't even work together or use bodies of data.
I actually have one other gap that just, and these folks can probably hit on this more from a technical perspective than I can, but how we actually store the data. When you were talking of the interoperability issues, as we were talking about a lot of these, it just made me think of, as we were talking about large language models and the amount of data is needed to properly train models and move forward. We're also going to come up against some expanded storage requirements, and that was a part of the White House's effort in meeting with OpenAI and others to build out some of the infrastructure around some of this. But I think that's a key concern that's going to move quickly as we continue to talk about just the future of data storage and how we go about building a backbone infrastructure to support it.
That's actually what I think is one of the biggest challenges. You know, you can make a very long list of the challenges of having the IC adopt some of these emerging technologies, but at a fundamental place, we've got to get ourselves out of the tech debt we are in, and then we have to have a technology roadmap that moves fast enough that you can integrate emerging technologies into it, because otherwise we just compound the tech debt. Like, many of the folks on this panel have worked on government IT. I tell you, it is not always all that you want it to be. And when you think about the investments that have been made in the last few years to buy our way out of that and to modernize some of the government systems, what you actually need is a technology roadmap that makes sure that the IC can adopt these, and that we have thought about compute and, you know, how fast and how quickly we need to do the business of intelligence, and then balance the technology investments. And so again, I think when we think about all of the jobs that need to be technologically conversant in the national security apparatus and in the IC, it's not just analysts and operators, it's CIOs and data officers and the IT decision makers as well.
I'm going to jump to a CHIPS question from Melancy, because I know our offices worked closely on implementing national security-related provisions of the CHIPS and Science Act. So how does the president's announcement during his joint address to Congress last month that the Congress should rescind what's left of the billions in funding for it previously appropriated for the CHIPS and Science Act affect how America will be able to compete globally in this emerging technology space? Especially as these technologies require vast amounts of computing power, energy, highly specialized and secure microelectronics. How do we do that here in a trusted and safe way?
Yeah, so I mean, thank you for the very easy question. I think what I saw the value of the CHIPS and Science Act to be was that we were telegraphing a long-term United States government investment in these technologies. And we were saying to the private sector, we are here, we want to make investments to do this at home. You know, it creates a predictable runway so that there are actual incentives in the private sector to do that here in the United States. And so, you know, I think, you know, you can relook at the investments, but I think we need to also consider the long-term erosion of that demand signal that was sent, which was, you know, to what many of the panelists have said here, trying to say we do want the United States at the forefront of this. And we do want to be able to integrate these emerging technologies in our most sensitive systems. And we want to be able to address the full needs of the national security community. And so when you start to waver on that, it makes it very hard for the companies to continue to make that kind of long-term investment, which like trickles down and slows everything down.
So I want to answer the question about the CHIPS Act, the comments, and also the question about the gap that you mentioned earlier and what we would close, because I think it's actually, the answer is the same. The fact that we should reflect for a moment about the fact that we needed a CHIPS Act to begin with. Right, and I think it speaks to the fact that we needed to spend about, and to be clear, like I was in the Senate when we passed the CHIPS Act, I think it's really important, all those caveats. We should not cancel it or claw the money back. That would be a total own goal. But nevertheless, the fact that we needed to spend $50 billion to revive a sector that America once led says a lot, right? And so what does it say? It says that we have no capacity in the government to do any kind of horizon scanning to say, where are the technologies that really matter to American national and economic security? Yeah. Where do we stand vis-a-vis our competitors or our allies? If we don't have it, let's make sure our allies have it. What are the trend lines? The IC, in theory, does some of that work externally. The Commerce Department does some of that work domestically where they're interacting with the private sector. But as is often the case in government, like never the two shall meet in an integrated analytic capacity, which some people would call an Office of Net Assessment, which, you know, the DoD, my understanding is that it has been disassembled. I didn't know that was a word until I read it in the news. But the Office of Net Assessment at DoD wasn't actually doing anything that I was describing, to be clear, with no shade at them. They had another purpose, but there should be a technology net assessment function somewhere in the government that fuses what the IC does with what the Commerce Department and others that are doing domestic analysis and industry engagement are. Because we right now have no idea, I mean, we still don't have that capacity. And it's not just chips. We saw this with 5G, where we woke up and we realized, oh, we don't have any 5G American deployer that can compete with Huawei and ZTE. We have Ericsson and Nokia across the Atlantic. It's happening right now with synthetic biology. It's happening right now with quantum networking. And so what else is the next thing? Are we going to continue to play this whack-a-mole of throwing? I can tell you we're not going to, for a lot of political and fiscal reasons. We're not going to keep doing CHIPS Act 2.0 for 7 more technologies. It's a dumb way to do long-term policy. It was necessary in this case, but a much smarter thing would be to do a net assessment. And it's not going to fix every problem, but it might identify some issues before they become problems. So.
All right, in a second, we're gonna open it up to questions. But before we go, I'm gonna start with Welton and then I'm gonna open it up to everybody else. Welton, as your company monitors fringe social networks, what trends are you seeing that keep you up at night? And how do you think the private sector can best work with the government in regards to these quickly changing technologies?
I would venture to guess that with our technology in our company, I've probably been exposed to the most disinformation of any single person on the planet, perhaps, in the last 4 years.
So
I mean, that's all I've been doing in the last, this period of time that we've been running the company.
Do you have a good therapist?
We can talk about that. That's a long conversation. I'm just still surprised at how many users online, some of whom are our fellow Americans, believe in vast conspiracy theories about all sorts of topics. We primarily work with Fortune 500 companies, nonprofits, academic organizations. And I remember it was about a year, maybe 2 years ago, McDonald's had a 50-cent cheeseburger promotion. Anybody remember that? I mean, basically you could show up on a Friday and get a 50-cent cheeseburger. Well, one of the things that we saw bubbling to the surface on these networks were people talking about, why are these cheeseburgers so cheap? Well, they're so cheap because the government is subsidizing the distribution of these cheeseburgers with the help of McDonald's, and they have microchips embedded in them. And it's a way for the government to keep tabs on people and introduce those microchips into your bloodstream. And it wasn't a few people, it was several thousands, and the conversation was getting bigger and bigger about this. I mean, this is, I think, just thinking about it, right? Every facet of this is patently ridiculous. But it is a persistent theme across vaccines and a whole host of other things that we previously did not have, essentially, political conversations about whether or not those things were effective, right? And I think a large part of why that is because of what's happening on social media. And AI can help. We can help surface this information. We can help the government, figure out, hey, these are things that you might be concerned about, right? But it's only going to get us part of the way, right? Some of this is the erosion of trust. Yeah. Pew's done a lot of polling on where Americans are in terms of our faith in institutions writ large, in universities, in our government, right? It is a very, very fertile landscape for foreign adversaries to seed and amplify those conspiracy theories. And technology, again, is only going to solve part of the problem. A lot of it is human.
Yeah.
So, yeah, sorry, is that really pessimistic?
It's okay, we're going to do a couple more, what keeps you up at night, and then we're going to go to student questions, and then it's going to be much brighter.
So this is going to be two-part. One is adjacent. It's just, I applaud that and say just synthetic generated malicious content. So deep fakes. And physical deep fakes, and now we have, you're getting better technology around audio deep fakes, and now you have LLMs that are designed to mimic the way you write, so it can write in your voice. So I think we're going to have to continue to be to build up resiliency towards some of these things. Just to your point about the conspiracy theory aspects, because you're going to see these tools that allow for some of these conspiratorial type conversations to seem more and more real as time progresses. Now, the other part of this, in terms of things keeping me up at night, are the way some of these firings are going. The way we're seeing cuts taking place across the board in government right now, and particularly on the national security side, because it creates the perfect counterintelligence type of situation that I worry that people are carrying some of these reductions out or not really taken fully into consideration. When you have folks who have been long-term dedicated to their careers and dedicated to their country and to this mission, and they come in and try to swipe in the work and their credentials no longer work and they've just been like going, that's the end of it. So that's going to create some disgruntled employees, not only those that are on the outside, but those who are still within the government and have been affected by their teammates' reductions and taking on the additional work and additional stressors and everything that's associated with it, is creating a ripe type of situation for our adversaries to come in and try to take advantage of this and to utilize some of these conspiratorial pieces and to utilize some of these technologies to create and sow chaos where they can fake someone's voice on a phone call or fake an email and do some of these things. So I worry that this is creating a kind of a serious situation in which we could be taken advantage of in that way.
We'll keep saying overnight. You're good.
I think we're enough. This is Debbie Downer's house.
Yeah. All right, we're going to open
we're-
questions. Go ahead. We're going to introduce ourselves and say what your affiliation is, and I need a microphone right here, if possible. And then keep showing me your hands afterwards, and then okay. All right, I've got you in my hand.
Thank you. My name's Ailey. I'm a first-year student in the Security Studies program. I want to kind of get back to the start of the conversation about the individual analyst and how they might work with artificial intelligence in the future. You mentioned kind of the normal distribution and how LLMs give the middle-of-the-road answer, while intelligence agencies are not always looking for that. To me, that makes it seem like the room for the human is the creativity part. Mm-hmm. And so I would like to know from you guys if you have any insights into how you balance the efficiency gains from artificial intelligence on the one hand without losing the creativity that humans bring to the table when it comes to intelligence, collection, analysis, and that whole train of the intelligence side.
I'm happy to start here. So I think when I think about the immediate gain for the individual analyst, it's the ability to triage the information and surface things of interest versus reach a conclusion and we're comfortable with that kind of middle space. I think part of what is often hard for the IC is to find the needles in the haystack, to find the things that are significant in a sea of data. And so when you start to think about the ways in which these tools can help kind of show either like sense observations, like we have, it picks up an observation of something that's anomalous from an area in the world, or it reads something that is out of line with, the current analytic line. There are all sorts of ways you could imagine the kind of morning read being different than it was for analysts like myself, where you set up a bunch of old school search terms and you hope they're good enough, and then you come in and you churn through like 90 individual cables looking for that needle in a haystack. You can see the potential here, but I think that when you get to the making analytic conclusions piece, that's where I think there's a lot more work to be done on how those models could even be trained to a place where you would be comfortable that they had met those analytic standards. Kind of that special sauce of the individual analyst understanding how to crash different pieces together, context, what happened 12 years ago and why it looks a little bit similar, so maybe we should probe a little bit more. I don't know that we can yet outsource that, but I think that morning read, like when you open your computer and you have to figure out what's going on with your individual area of the world, I think there's a huge amount of potential to help the analyst kind of have a leg up and then potentially more time to do that kind of more complicated analysis.
You wanted a question, yeah. Sorry, right here, third row, thanks.
Hello, I'm Monica Davila. I'm part of the Cybersecurity Risk Management Program. And my question is, What are your thoughts on increasing cyber defense or I guess the broader domain of cybersecurity by minimizing the adoption of newer technology? I know this was said to be a losing battle, but there seems to be a huge focus on keeping ahead of the curve, on innovation, but maybe excuse my ignorance, but what's the rush, I guess? One sec. So the focus is on staying ahead of adversaries, as I've heard a lot in this conference. And I guess keeping innovation alive in that way. But wouldn't the focus be more better on enhancing our cyber defense capabilities or tools that we have in place, or maybe more strict controls on what should and can be implemented as an emerging technology for the betterment of civilians? Yes. Thank you.
I'm happy to take that. Thanks for the question. What's the rush? I think you're right to ask that. I think there's basically been no historical example that at least I'm aware of where we've been able to put technology back in the tube, except maybe biological weapons, and even that one has been really hard, and it took a few incidents to get there, right? So I think that I don't want to be fatalistic about it, but I also just think that the competitive pressures, as I mentioned, are going to be overwhelming. And also, even though there's a lot of concern about the risk, I think it's also important to keep in mind that there's a lot of upside here that we can get into at another time, but from scientific discovery and productivity. And I think trying to swim against the stream here, I understand where you're coming from, but I think that's just not the world that we're living in, unfortunately. So then the question is, it's not just throw up our hands and say, well, I guess we just have to live in the world of AI, but it's how do we harness the technology constructively and responsibly? And your question sort of suggested we could choose to just do the defense but not the offense, but the reality is that these are general purpose models, and so a lot of times what's good for the offense is good for the defense. And so the open question is, right now, there's kind of a consensus that cyberspace privileges offense, right? Because the defenders have to be successful 100% of the time. The offenders only have to be successful once, right? And that maybe that AI will change that balance because it will allow for automatic vulnerability detection and patching potentially, but it's an open question. And so I think to really answer your question, we can't really choose to say only defense or only offense. I think a policy question that maybe people here could work on is how do we avoid a world of AI cyber defense haves and have-nots, right? Because I have no problem trouble seeing a world where some of our agencies or some of the top tech companies and the banks have access to exquisite top-of-the-line AI cyber defenses for their entire networks. But what about the guy running the water utility in Oklahoma or the small business in Northeast? Or these guys are not going to have these tools necessarily, absent pressure on the companies developing them to make them accessible, absent incentives to make them more affordable. Those are the kinds of interventions I think we can look at.
Especially, that is a brilliant point, especially when you talk about critical infrastructure and you talk about OT systems. It are a lot of old analog systems that are now realizing we need them to work in a digital networks, just like the Internet of Things and connecting them. So they're being connected through new types of IT systems, but don't have the same level of cyber defense as a lot of the rest of the systems do. So you're creating like a source of failure right off the bat there. So that's another part of the whole discussion when it comes to cyber security, if that makes sense.
To directly answer your question, what's the rush? Well, part of the rush is unfettered capitalism. And this is the reality that we face today, because when we talked about gaps in regulation, there are essentially no AI regulations.
Yeah.
And the framework that the previous administration tried to put in place, the AI blueprints, that's gone. I mean, it's not fully deleted. It probably exists somewhere on the internet.
But even that was at the.
It was voluntary.
Yeah, it was voluntary from the industry.
Completely voluntary. And we have to think back to, it was not very long ago when folks like Elon Musk and many others called for a pause in the deployment of LLMs. Said, this is the time we need to sit down and think about what kind of world we want to live in. And that pause came and went. So that's the reality that we have to deal with now. Part of it is the frontier AI companies just going after each other, trying to release the next best thing, right? I mean, how soon after DeepSeek R1 came out did Claude 3.7 and ChatGPT 4.5 came out, right? I mean, that's not accidental. I mean, even 3.0, when it came out and became this massive consumer-facing success, that was, if you go and ask OpenAI, like kind of by accident. So what else do we have what else did they have kind of hidden behind the curtain that could, lead to other future applications, right? So this is the challenge of living in democracy, right? We have to hold our elected representatives accountable for the things that they do and don't do. And at this point, the complete lack of AI regulations, and I say this as a AI company CEO, right? There should be something out there. We should be talking about it. We should be having a debate about it. It should be on the Senate floor, on the House floor. We should be, engaging constituents. When I say we, the royal we, Americans, right? But that's not happening.
Now, when we say lack of AI regulations too, we're talking in the U.S. because the EU and other countries are moving forward, even China to some degree, are moving forward with at least some simple level of regulation. And that's important for business because now even American businesses know, well, what the expectations are of them in those countries. It's not that unfettered regulation allows for just pure innovation. Some level of regulation gives a clear and concise understanding of what the expectations are on companies in order for them to do that type of business within that particular government. And the longer that we wait to regulate from a congressional standpoint, the more that gap of how things are safely developed, safety by default, safety by design, how they're developed is regulated and ruled by other countries, by non-US countries. So I think that's an important part of it.
I mean, unfortunately, we're not going to have an AI I would love for Congress to actually do something on AI. It's not going to happen in the short term. No. We're not going to get any comprehensive AI regulations absent something going wrong in the next 4 years. That's just my read of it. I think, but I agree with your point that it's a false choice to suggest that AI and innovation and regulation are zero sum, right? Obviously, you can overdo it. I mean, some people I think fairly have accused Europe of having a lot of regulation and no AI, and America of having a lot of AI and no regulation. And so, so you definitely can overdo it. And I think, but look, I mean, imagine a world where we didn't regulate our pharmaceuticals or our airline industry, and we just sort of trusted that the pills that people were making and taking were just okay, right? You could say, well, there's a market incentive for pharmaceutical companies not to kill people or for airplanes not to crash. Sure, but some sense that the public has that the government is, imperfect as it is as an institution, is having a third party do the safety checks, provide some common standards with some technical experts that does enable trust, which itself is necessary for longer term innovation. And the point about the AI rules under the Biden administration is exactly right, in that the point is that you can't have unstable governance no matter what it is, right? Like if you're gonna have an executive order, which is what he's referring to under the Biden administration that was eliminated on the first day of the Trump administration, which will be replaced by another executive order coming out in the next couple of months, which then may get replaced again. That's not a way to lead in anything, let alone AI. And so I think it begs the question of how do we achieve sort of bipartisan consensus and a framework that strikes the right balance between regulation and innovation. That's not just gonna, because if Washington doesn't regulate it, it's not like regulation doesn't happen. It goes 4 ways. It goes to the states, it goes to the companies themselves, it goes to our competitors, And I forgot the fourth one. So.
Oops. No.
Yeah, that's my Rick Perry moment. Yeah, exactly.
And just lastly on that too, and we've seen that regulation at the state level too with California.
Yeah.
You've seen some happen with some levels in Utah as well.
The courts.
Yeah, the courts. Yeah, the courts. It's going to create a hodgepodge that makes it even more difficult for industry to act under. So.
Perfect.
Last questions.
All right, the white dish shirt on the back right. Yes. All right, we've got 8 minutes left, so we're gonna do like fast fire rounds now.
No.
Told you
I have an acquisition question.
Nice.
So if you're moving towards more commercial acquisitions, right? You're moving towards COTS, you're moving towards commercially modified systems, right? You're sort of foregoing a lot of the developmental work that we often do with these major primes, right? And as you're looking at that process and you're looking at testing and evaluation and how that changes, both in the acquisition process and when you have people operating in foreign and new environments and they need something to be fine-tuned immediately, how do you think about that, right? How do you think about, right, because in Ukraine right now, you're seeing very old technology, cheap commercial drones constantly being iterated on, right? And so how do you be able to operate at speed, especially when you're doing things like foreign intelligence gathering in information environments we don't have much clarity on, right? We don't have a lot of information on North Korean, Chinese, Russian, localized commercial and sort of cultural environments in the same way we do and have trained on US data. So how do you manage that testing and evaluation, and how do you manage changing these very complicated and frankly often foreign models to the users?
Let's go first.
Does the moderator have thoughts?
I was thinking you want me to answer.
The moderator's going to have some great thoughts, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so these are wonderful questions. I think that the Department of Defense is extremely focused on, right? And especially as you get focused on software as your main thing, right? You can constantly iterate and bring new capability to the field faster. What you need to make sure you do is inside of those inside of the platform that you're building that into, right? You want those automated checks every night. So the coders are going to commit code and they're going to get checked overnight, right? So that you can start to have more trust that as you iteratively push things out. I mean, I know Elon Musk has come up a lot, but right, Tesla is pushing out software to all of the cars in the fleet as it goes, right? And we need to actually get to the point where on a battlefield, as things get hacked, as patches need to come, as capability needs to get pushed out, it needs to be enough of an iterative model of that software deployment that you feel comfortable being able to do it, and you can pull it back if you need to, but you keep going, right? And that is not the way the department is used to doing it today. Specifically, I mean, even Secretary Hegseth just recently put out a memo specifically saying that we're going to do the software acquisition pathway. The Department of Defense is going to do the software acquisition pathway first, right? And that's something that's been worked on for about 7 different years, but that's really trying to, harness more commercial software that is used to pushing updates continuously as it goes in a more iterative fashion.
I would just say on the IC side of that, it's that technology roadmap. We just have to think, I think, differently inside the IC around that type of technology adoption, because it has been so hard to get things on classified systems that you kind of go through that journey and then you have the thing. And then you go through that journey again and you have the thing. And so that is kind of part of what I think the IC is going to have to grapple with, is how do you change that technology mindset and resource appropriately so you can actually get to, updating live.
Because it becomes actually it becomes even more risky to not constantly update, right? As opposed to make sure you've fully tested and all up.
And I'm probably going to step in it by saying this ahead in this. You're also going to have more technologies working at the edge, edge computing, and being able to directly do exactly what she was talking about, more or less. So.
All right, we have 5 minutes remaining. I'm going to go all the way to the back, if that's okay. Yes. Sorry, I don't mean to make people run far with microphones, but I'm trying to be.
Hi, thank you for being here. My name is Joshua Bernard Pearl. I'm a student here at Georgetown.
And my question is, you've talked a lot about wanting to build effective AI tools for the intelligence community to gather data and use that, and also about the dangers of disinformation, misinformation, deepfakes online. My question is, how do you design those tools to not fall victim to the same disinformation, and how do you educate those who will be using that of the potential for misinformation?
It's your whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow. Look, I mean, training data is the start, but I think part of this is also understanding how, and we talk about the median response. You can tweak the mixture of experts model to produce a non-median response, right? So it just depends on how you've built your capability to, and what kind of outputs it's going to produce. So there is no easy answer to this question, right? Because essentially the frontier model companies have taken an approach where they've just collected everything. Copyrighted, pornography, some child pornography. I mean, they just went out and hoovered it all up and brought it in and said, this is what we're going to train our model on, right? And there are other companies that have come along, in the pipeline to essentially be part of the AI infrastructure and architecture to produce data sets that are cleaner, that are more purpose-built. And again, I've thought about this a while, right? Where, okay, we deploy ChatGPT or Claude on the high side, right? And it's been trained on all of the TS, SCI information that the IC has collected. Are we having nightmares here yet? That we've collected over the last 60, 70 plus years. And you ask it, hey, does Iraq have WMD? And ChatGPT says, high likelihood, right? Just based on the data you've collected.
Middle of the distribution.
Right?
Yeah.
The middle of the distribution. That's problematic for a lot of different reasons. And it requires an analyst, and I am firmly in the camp of, if you're familiar with Keep the Future Human and ensuring that a human stays in the loop, I'm firmly in that camp, even as somebody who runs an AI company. It's problematic because you still do need a human analyst to look at that and go, this is wrong. We came to a different conclusion previously, and here's how the system went awry. So AI is not going to be a silver bullet, at least in the short term, even in the long term. That's my perspective on it. And yes, you need that human to go and vet what's coming out of the system.
All right, I think we are done. If anyone wants one last uplifting comment about the future, that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Moyansi, give us an uplifting comment.
Excuse me. I don't. It's not all doom and gloom. I don't think that you guys should take that away from it. There's a lot of great opportunity for innovations to be utilized for the betterment of society and for the government. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what we are really talking about, utilizing these types of powerful tools and technologies to properly support the mission of the IC and a lot of tremendous dedicated professionals who are doing their best to help keep us safe. So.
No shortage of interesting work to be found. And I think that's what I would hope you would take away from this. I think the questions that are facing our national security community are interesting and hard and need minds like yours to come and help think through them.
Completely.
Thanks all.
I don't know what to take away that Bess asked to end on a note of hope, and that was the only time in that panel that everyone fell silent. So can we give one more round of applause? I have to say, and I mean this very sincerely, panels like these are the benefit of being at a place like Georgetown. I feel really privileged to have had the chance to hear from you all. I mean, it is remarkable. It's also very boring when everyone agrees. So it was great to see that people disagreed on the panel. So thank you so much for your time. I'm going to ask the panelists just to stay here while we say a few concluding remarks. For those of you that do not know me, I'm Dr. Elizabeth Grimm. I'm a professor in the Security Studies program here at We are delighted to have had a day like this one. I think to start a day with Bill quoting The Odyssey and then to end the day with a quote from Jurassic Park, I mean, really, every good panel should have Jeff Goldblum quoted at one point in the panel. And so we've done it, Bishop, so thank you for that. I just want to say, the question that we interrogated today was this relationship between intelligence and democracy. And what I loved about the panel here this afternoon is that it didn't just ask that question about what is this relationship between intel and democracy, but really, what should that relationship be? And I think that is the central question before us now. I can't think of a more important question to ask today in 2025. I have just a few concluding comments. I did want to say, I wanted to raise my hand in the corner for those of you who were here for Emily Harding's statement about the CIA's first public tweet. Does anyone know where that first public tweet occurred in which the CIA said we cannot confirm or deny that this is our public tweet? I'm a professor, so I could cold call on any of you, but I'll give it to you. It was here at Georgetown at the Kalaris Intelligence Conference. My friends, I know, right? It all comes back around. So a few just concluding comments. My colleagues deserve a special round of applause because without them, none of this would be possible. I'm looking at Jenna DeFosi in the back, Jessalyn Powell, Blake Herrera. They have put this entire day together. You have been fed. You have been snacked. There's been a constant stream of caffeine, and it is because of their incredible, tireless work to make this day possible. So a special thank you to you all. They have also reminded me that personal effects were left at the social room in the Healy Family Student Center. So if you think that you may have left something, an umbrella, a water bottle, please do go back there. I want to also just say a note of thanks to all of you. Thank you for your engagement. Thank you for your questions. Thankful for your thoughtfulness. It is events like this that make universities, that make discourse, that make Georgetown a truly remarkable place. And so we are deeply grateful for that. And before we officially wrap up the 2025 Intelligence and Democracy Kalaris Intelligence Conference, we want to invite you all to the career fair that is happening in about 5 minutes. So this afternoon, the career fair is going to start at about 4:15. It will go from 5:45 in the Healy Family Student Center in the social room. If you went there during the lunch session for the posters, that is the exact same place. Please do go. The career fair has put together an incredible lineup of employers. They will also have individuals there to review your cover letter, your resume. So 2 incredible resources there this afternoon. Also, if you are interested in learning more about Georgetown and our Security Studies program, I invite you to visit the website css.georgetown.edu. I literally, as a 15-year employee of that, did I have to look at what the website was? I did. So please do visit the website. We host events continually, events just like this one. Thank you all again. Thank you to our moderators. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to all of our volunteers who have given up their day today. But thank you to all for attending. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thanks.